thank everyone for your patience. We now have a quorum, so we will start our meeting. A call to order the January 11th work session for Suffolk Public Schools. Dr. Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Chair Jenkins. We're going to call to the podium our associates from VACOR, Dr. Thornton and Chris. I just forgot your name, Chris, to come on up. They're going to give a presentation that is very similar to what was presented to board members at the Virginia School Board Association Conference, and they will also provide some updates related to some current bills that are pending in the General Assembly.
Good evening. We appreciate the time tonight. I did a presentation at the Virginia School Board Association meeting, and I wanted to run through that presentation. And just to give you a little background, my name is Chris Carey. I'm the administrator of VACORP. I've been the administrator for 16 years, but I've been involved with VACORP for 31 years. I have seen almost exclusively every piece of litigation that has impacted school boards in Virginia, from Lee County to Frederick County to Accomack County, for about 12 years now. So there are, if you look at one of the first pages, VACORP has 560 members, but we have 132 school divisions, and that is the vast majority of school divisions in the state. I've got Highland County with 300 kids K through 12, and we have Fairfax County with 189,000 kids K through 12, and everywhere in between. So one of the things that's kind of changed, and since we are dealing with the vast majority of school divisions, it doesn't really matter. So this isn't a political discussion about litigation. This is just a discussion about where litigation is occurring and why it's occurring and what has changed with it. So it doesn't matter what your community is. The litigation that we're seeing now and the changes to the way litigation is occurring throughout the entire Commonwealth. So if you have anything going on here, or if you are seeing anything in the newspaper with respect to your neighbors, I assure you that none of you are alone right now. It doesn't matter what your viewpoints are. Those viewpoints are moving litigation in a way that is a lot different than we historically used to see it. And I'll get into some of that information as we go through this. And I don't want to rush through this, but the important pieces are really towards the end of the presentation. So one of the things that I wanted you to see is the actual claim numbers and costs. So we're actually seeing cost projected for fiscal year 24 for school litigation to cost about $2.5 million, and we are expecting the claim numbers to reach about 225 lawsuits. If you go back to 2013, we actually used to see only about 100 lawsuits per year for the same number of school divisions, so that the amount of litigation that has occurred has more than doubled in the past 10 years. And obviously, when you talk about litigation, you have the costs associated with providing legal defense. You have the costs associated with any judgments or settlements that might occur. And then in certain instances, like FOIA, you could actually have legal expenses where you may have to pay the legal expenses for the plaintiff. So if the other party files a FOIA suit and even wins one small component of it, you're obligated to pay their legal fees. So there's multiple components to what we're talking about. I have this information presented in several different charts in several different ways, but it basically just gives you the same point that we're trying to make, which is litigation is changing and it's on the rise. So the number of suits that are occurring, the cost associated with those suits, and the projections associated with all of it are continuing to escalate. If we go back a little bit, so I've been doing insurance in Virginia for school districts and localities for 30 years. So, you know, what I'm accustomed to seeing is the types of lawsuits that are just the cost of doing business, right? Like you have a number of employees, a number of students, you have a bunch of buses on the road, you have people tripping and falling, you have sporting events, you have a number of components of your operations that can lead to risk and loss. And traditionally, Those are the types of lawsuits that we've expected to see, is just the types of lawsuits that are associated. It's the cost of doing business as a school district. If you take the city of Suffolk, they have police departments and firefighters and EMTs. They have a cost of doing business from a risk perspective. So up until the pandemic, we didn't really see any lawsuits that were outside of the cost of doing business, just your normal operational risks. We drew some lines with the pandemic if you go a little bit further into the presentation, and you can see when you draw a line with the pandemic and post-pandemic that the costs and the number of pieces of litigation associated with the pandemic have just, they've escalated. There's this one chart that has some green lines on it as you move through it. This is the one that shows you what we're used to dealing with. Student injuries, expulsion, suspension type issues, potential for defamation, sexual harassment, employment decisions or terminations, and then discrimination. Those are the types of lawsuits that we've historically seen. And you can see that for this, that historically for us, the largest number of lawsuits were discrimination related. And then you can see that below that, you're looking at wrongful terminations. That's mainly the things that have been impacting school boards. The chart right after that, these are our stable claims trends. These are the things that we've been seeing since the beginning of time. Student injuries, sexual harassment, I just said expulsion, employment decisions, discrimination, and defamation. That stable claims trend is continuing. So we're not really seeing much variability in what we historically have seen. But if you go to the very next page, we have claims on the rise. And claims on the rise are almost, you can see, have almost all started to materialize post-pandemic. So school board decisions. So what do you think? School board decisions have to do with masking or vaccinations or things like that. Those are the types of things that we've seen from that. I had never even heard in Virginia, I didn't even know you could do it in Virginia. But we have multiple petitions for removal where we have people petitioning to try to have elected officials removed from office. I didn't even know Virginia let that happen. That was something I thought was a California phenomenon. It's not. It's here now. So we're seeing that now. We're having to defend those issues. Improper education. So we're getting more challenges to IEPs and we're getting more IDEA claims. So that's on the rise. Those are things that we didn't see quite as frequently as we're seeing now. And then the one that's causing the most heartburn, I think, across all local government, not schools, are FOIA. We're seeing substantial increase in the number of FOIA requests. We're seeing substantial increases in the ability of schools and local governments to be able to meet the demand for those requests. We're seeing litigation associated with FOIA at a rate that we have not seen. As you can see, prior to 2021, we had only received 5 FOIA claims in the history of the group. And in the past 3 years, we have 6 FOIA claims going on right now that happened like right now. I got 3 FOIA lawsuits last week. I got a lawsuit today from a school board that chose to terminate the chairman of the Board of Supervisors over the chairman of the Board of Supervisors was a school board employee that didn't vote for funding for a technical center, and they decided to fire the chairman of the Board of Supervisors. I got that lawsuit today. We haven't been getting those lawsuits historically. Those things are happening now. Now, let me tell you, it doesn't matter, again, what your viewpoint is. So if you want to talk about social issues, doesn't matter whether you have a conservative or a liberal viewpoint on that. It just depends on what your community is. If you're in a conservative community, the liberal viewpoint is suing the conservative board, and if you're in a liberal community, it's the opposite. Those lawsuits are happening across the entire spectrum. Again, I don't know when that changes. I don't know if this is a new normal. I don't know if we go back to an adjustment period, if this is an adjustment period because courts were closed for 2 years and we're now working ourselves. I have 2018 lawsuits that should have been settled or resolved in 2020 that are now getting resolved today. Is this just a lag in the system that runs its course over time? Or is this more of a permanent problem that we're going to have to make adjustments for going forward? I don't know, but it is a new world that we're operating in. I was down at the General Assembly today. I don't know if you have seen, there is a bill today that would create a civil cause of action against school board employees if they could or should have known of a condition and didn't deal with it, that they would be able to bypass workers' compensation and file lawsuits against school board employees. Again, I've been in Virginia for 31 years. That is not historically has not been a Virginia concept. I'm sure you know that has to do with what happened in Newport News. We had another bill today that would remove some legal protections that local governments have for the use of automobiles. Most states that don't have any governmental immunity for the use of automobiles have some sort of tort cap or cap on non-economic damages. Virginia does not have either of those. So the removal of those protections drastically increases the potential cost for automobiles, for insuring automobiles. So what we have historically seen in Virginia with respect to governmental immunity, how operations are handled, how litigation is managed, how the courts interpret those laws, how we deal with litigation, how we resolve these issues, is not what it was in 2019. It is a different world. I think we're navigating it okay. We've been able to try to keep costs in line, which is one of the things that we get looked at to do, is to try to control cost. And I think that we do okay with that. But it is getting more and more challenging with some of these new dynamics to manage all of the litigation that's occurring in a way that, we have, our product is a piece of paper to you. So we have to honor what's in that piece of paper regardless of what anybody's view of it is. And we try to do that to the best of our ability. But with all of these new dynamics, it's just a different world. So, my advice as an insurance and risk management person who's been serving Virginia localities for 30 years is take the advice of counsel, seek the advice of counsel, do your best to follow what the recommendations are. That makes it easier to deal with us. It makes it easier if something does happen to access your coverage and get legal defense quickly. So that is the best advice. We gave that advice at the start of the pandemic. What should we do? When mandates started coming down, what should we do? We said follow the advice of counsel. When we have other social issues coming down, what should we do? Follow the advice of counsel. My recommendation today, I don't know if there are any particular issues facing you today. My advice to you would be the same. Seek the advice of counsel and do the best you can with it. That generally leads to the best outcomes. So that's the advice that we give. It also makes it way easier for us to come in here and make recommendations to you when we know that's occurred. So that's really what I have. From a presentation standpoint, I wanted to leave open. I didn't want to take too much of your time tonight, but I did want to leave the door open for questions if anybody had any. I didn't get to the last slide, but I did want you to see that. In the past 10 years, we've had 471 liability, these are errors and omissions or professional liability claims against schools, 471. Those claims have come from 94 different school divisions. So we have some school divisions over the past 10 years that haven't been sued at all. You can see that we have one that has had 123 lawsuits in the past 10 years. And it's not Fairfax. So we've had 10 that have had 10 or more lawsuits. We've had 73 that have had 5 or more lawsuits. And we've had 32 that have had at least one claim. So that number doesn't actually add up. That's 120 some school divisions that have had lawsuits, so I don't know where the 94 came from, but that number is growing, and it's growing faster than it has before. So I'm happy to take questions. We certainly appreciate your time. We're certainly happy to help in any way that we can. If you need anything from us, please ask me or Dr. Thornton. We're always happy to participate in any way that you need us to. So that's what I have.
Thank you so much. Valuable information that you have prepared for us, and I remember you in the session when we had our conference. And do we have any board members that have any questions, any comments? Member Riddick?
My question is there a case in point wherein VACORP may not cover the school division? And could you give an example of what that would look like?
So we have created our policy to try to be able to respond in almost all circumstances, at least with a legal defense. So our policy, just like any insurance policy, does have exclusions, but we have added a section to it where we add back defense coverage for some of those exclusions, or really most of them. Circumstances where we could potentially not cover a claim would be, I actually had this at a neighboring jurisdiction that actually borders Suffolk that happened last week. They had a claim. They didn't tell us about it. They went out and hired their own attorney. They didn't tell us they hired the attorney. The attorney resolved the case, didn't tell us they resolved the case, and then they sent us $140,000 in legal bills and asked us to pay the bill. You don't get to do that. If you want us to cover a claim, you're going to send us the lawsuit beforehand. We get to pick who the attorney is. Now, 99 times out of 100, we're going to agree on who that attorney is. I've been doing this for 30 years. I've gotten in one fight in 30 years over selection of legal counsel. So we typically don't fight over selection of legal counsel, but I technically get that right to pick the legal counsel. And if we're going to settle or resolve a case, I typically will know about that and agree to it and agree with you on it before we do it. So we typically wouldn't agree to pay in that scenario. We are in certain instances prohibited that if there's any criminal allegations, we are prohibited by public policy from defending criminal allegations in certain respects. There can be allegations of fraud or dishonesty where we would provide a legal defense but cease that legal defense if it was proven in fact. But most other cases, I guess there could technically be a violation of statute. That is, if you make a willful or knowing violation of statute, we'll actually defend that until it's proven in fact, but if it was proven that there was a willful violation, we would cease legal defense at that stage. I can tell you that we do our best not to get into those situations. We do have our staff that regularly meets with your staff to make sure that everybody understands what's going on, so that the incidence of that should be pretty minimal, but those are the couple of instances where it could.
So what about, I know when we was at VSBA, you spoke light to board members and school staff in the usage of Facebook and other social media platforms, and how given the case if, we admit to something or we speak or we interfere, it was something you stated, I can't remember the exact wording, where we would be excluded, possibly.
There's the potential that if you have a situation, the policy asks you to cooperate with the insurer if there's a loss, and the policy asks you to not accept liability on behalf of the insurer. So you're not, if you want coverage and defense, you should, again, most of that stuff comes from the advice of legal counsel. They would not want you accepting liability on behalf of the school board publicly prior to understanding what the litigation and allegations are and participating and cooperating in the resolution. So we do encourage, there's several instances where that can happen. I'm sure if you're paying attention to what's going on in Richmond right now, they have some of those issues going on with respect to a school shooting that happened at graduation. That was a very difficult circumstance. Those situations can occur, and they're frustrating. They can happen in cyber events where we ask you not to make public statements until legal counsel and the crisis management team has figured out what has happened with the cyber event. So we ask you not to make public statements or issue press releases or social media postings until we figure out what that is and what occurred, and then we will provide support in making those press releases. So those are the scenarios where you can potentially jeopardize coverage by creating circumstances that make a claim worse than it otherwise would have been.
Madam Chair, I would like to request that the board receive a synopsis or overview of our policy and what we agreed to, so that we do not infringe on anything that could cost us to waive coverage. We know typically we generally don't respond, we wait, but sometimes given this time and climate where we're in social media and everything that goes on, something could happen and we could accidentally respond, not meaning to, volunteer or accept responsibility, but then that could be used later on against us as, we're in more of a social climate. If we can just have something or overview of the do's and don'ts that will keep us in compliance of our policy.
So we can put together kind of a school board overview of how your coverages work, which coverages apply in those settings to you, and what the expectations of those coverages are if litigation arises. We can put together a small packet and have that delivered to the superintendent within a week or two, if you want that. One of the things that you just brought up, which I didn't really get into in the presentation, but was one of the focuses towards the end of the presentation I made in Virginia Beach is, again, regardless of what your viewpoints are, there is more social media baiting that is going on. People are getting baited into conversations and taking that bait. I will tell you, since this is so new to you as a school board, and not just you, but all school boards, for litigation to be occurring in this way, this isn't training or experience or expertise that people have, regardless of how long you've been on you could be a 30-year school board member. This is still new to you. It just is. I have 30 years of experience. It's new to me. I just get to see all of it. I get to see it from all 134 communities. I get to see it all. That's the only difference, is I get to see it. So I can adjust to it and adapt to it quicker because I'm seeing all of it. You are not. This is new to you. My advice is don't get baited into that. Again, the best way to not get baited is to ask the question. You have a school board attorney, ask them. Don't get baited. The school board attorney is going to give you legal advice, and that legal advice, in my 30-year career, historically, I can't give you one circumstance where I could identify a very specific item where I thought, geez, that school board attorney just gave them bad advice. I can't identify that. I couldn't give you an example of me saying that you got bad advice, you need to get a new school board attorney. I can't think of it once in 30 years. Not from a county or city attorney either. So that's the best way not to get baited in these circumstances. Stuff takes time. The problem is you have social media that wants you to move this fast, and the courts used to move this fast, but post-pandemic, the courts move this fast. Nobody's patient anymore. These things take time to resolve, and they always get resolved. I can show you 30 years worth of loss history. It doesn't matter whether it's good, bad, or otherwise. It always gets resolved. You might not like all of them. You might like it. Doesn't matter. It always gets resolved. It's taking longer to resolve these cases than it used to, and people want them resolved quicker than they used to want them resolved. You're not going to be able to figure that out. You can't change that. You can't go to the judge and say, I need you to act a year and a half faster than you're acting. Go try that one. It doesn't happen. Don't get baited. Use your resources.
Thank you. Did you have something to say, Reverend Muller?
I really did not. I do appreciate the comments made, though, and I do think that it is important to understand what your coverage is, and also to have some idea what the parameters are. So if that information is provided by VACOR, I think it would be helpful to all of you to have that.
Thank you. Were your questions answered? Okay, thank you. They were really good, valid questions to Board Member Reddick. Anyone else have anything? No? Thank you so much for your
Thank you. We
information.
appreciate your time.
And we look forward to hearing from you again, and we will make ourselves known to you so we can stay in compliance.
Thank you.
Dr. Gordon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to call to the podium Dr. Akima Branch, our Chief Academic Officer, and Mr. Doug Wagner, our Coordinator of Auxiliary Programs. They're going to provide an update to the board on SPS Online and recommendations. I want to alert the board that the information that you receive here in this work session will become an action item under new business during the regular meeting. But Dr. Branch and Mr. Wagner are here to answer any questions with some recommendations that you will see on the last slide. Dr. Branch?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, school board members, and Dr. Gordon. Mr. Wagner and I will give a brief historical overview of our current SPS Online program, how we started and where we are now, including the instructional setup, how we staff, programming, and the costs associated with the program, as well as some pros and cons of SPS Online. I will share with you some budget implications and the losses that have been incurred over the last few years, and then propose to you some next steps and possible options. As those who were previous board members may recall, once the pandemic hit in 2020, we, as a school division, I was not in this seat at the time of the pandemic start, but I joined in July of that year in the midst of all that was happening. We started that school year with a hybrid model. We were bringing students in on an A-B schedule, Monday through Thursday, and Friday we had some remediation as well as small group instruction. And we did that until March 15th, when we came back, we started the school year virtually. And then on March 15th, we came in on an A-B schedule for the remainder of the school year. During that time, the Senate voted that to start the 2021-2022 school year, we were required through SB 1303 that we would have both in-person and virtual instruction. That was a requirement. However, the requirement ended August 1st of 2022. As a school division, we kept the programming for that year of 22-23 and are currently in that. In 2021-2022, our SPS Online program included Suffolk Public Schools teachers who were tasked with providing virtual instruction. They came into the buildings. They did the instruction for our students. Our K through 5 students received they had one teacher, and then we had select others assigned to Virtual Virginia. In the 2022-2023 school year, we transitioned to Virtual Virginia. What we discovered in that first year, that inaugural year of our programming, is we were in major staff shortages, and our staff, we really needed teaching in the in-person instruction. And so based on our funding, which with all of this is funded through CARES Act, we transitioned to Virtual Virginia to provide K through 12 instruction, and they have since been doing that. We continue in that model and have 2 of our teachers, our special education teachers, provide instruction support to those identified students in the programming. SPS Online, as I mentioned, though, is fully funded through CARES, which ends September 2024. Based on that and budget funding cuts, we will no longer be able to continue that programming, but we are going to discuss some proposed options. I'll turn it over to Mr. Wagner, who is our coordinator of auxiliary programs, to discuss our programming setup and some additional information.
Thank you, Dr. Branch. So where we are right now with the SPS Online program is that, as Dr. Branch said, we are fully using the Virtual Virginia instruction. For our K through 5 students, beginning last year, they were assigned to grade level, and with Virtual Virginia, they had one teacher that provided the full level of instruction. This year, there was a little change to that, in that they could have more than one teacher with some specialization in the contents, even at the elementary level. For our secondary students, we last year were able to schedule them in the full year schedule, matching what we did with the AB block at the high schools and also with the middle schools. This year, we've been able to match the 4x4 schedule that we have moved to. And just like with the high schools, we're able to incorporate some full year classes with those 4x4 classes to accommodate the needs of the students. But we are generally able to schedule the students in the same way, pretty much as what the students have in the face-to-face. Administratively, it's being overseen by auxiliary programs with myself as the coordinator. We also have the auxiliary programs counselor and Ms. Delia Sneed, and our administrative assistant is Ms. Holly Marty. So acting as a team, we've been able to oversee and help coordinate the effort of educating the students with Virtual Virginia, replying to teacher needs as far as the instructors at Virtual Virginia, and then also making sure that our students' needs are met and represented with that program. Okay, so right here, kind of going back a little bit again in the past and also moving up forward, you can see that over the 3 years of the SPS program, we have had an 83% enrollment decrease since its inception. From the 21-22 school year, moving forward to 22-23, every grade level was reduced. From 22-23 to the 23-24 school year, while there were a few standout grades where there was actually an increase, the overall enrollment decreased from 183 to 86. So you see that there has definitely been a change in those numbers, and that even with that change, the program has met a need. That need was, I think, very obvious coming right out of and during the pandemic. And we've been able to identify a lot of positives that have come from having this program. For one, we're able to select a variety of courses through Virtual Virginia. We have had direct instruction available in just about all cases, although some students have had a need for, or in rare cases had to be assigned to learning that did not have the direct instruction, but was asynchronous. And We also, as Dr. Branch indicated, we have Ms. Sneed as the counselor assigned to the program, and she has worked extensively with the students, preparing them, going over their career plans, doing everything that the school counselors in the face-to-face situations have been able to do. Dr. Branch also mentioned our SPED teachers who have been able to set up times to meet with these students and meet their needs in terms of accommodations and additional support. And again, we have been able to communicate with Virtual Virginia and be that liaison between the school district and the Virtual Virginia program. Of course, with any program, there's also some issues that would represent themselves maybe as difficulties. One is that students sometimes have to compromise in terms of not being able to have all the courses that they may otherwise want if they want to be virtual because they're not offered with the program. Sometimes we deal with inconsistent monitoring at home, parents not able to be with the students, and students without that monitoring not taking the program as seriously as they may otherwise. Testing of students in the program is coordinated through the auxiliary programs department, but is performed at the school. And transportation is provided and has to be arranged as well. And then, of course, because of the CARES funding ending, there's not currently that support financially. One of the other events or one of the other main issues that folks have had is that this has been a great support for some of the students that were not quite ready to come back. But again, as you see, that level has been decreasing and students have demonstrated their readiness to return in increasing numbers back to the face-to-face instruction. So Dr. Branch, thank you.
All right. These are the budgetary or financial considerations. I just want to review. We pay Virtual Virginia, of course, using CARES Act. We pay them to enroll our students. And for the elementary school students for the year, it's $2,650 per student. At the middle school level, we pay per class, and they take up to 7 classes. At the high school level, of course, we're in a 4x4, they can take up to 8 classes, and those are $250 for each class. This year, in 2022-2023, with students as Ms. Hu 2023, with students as Mr. Wagner mentioned, wanting to go back to face-to-face, we had already paid for that. And when we have to withdraw students, it does bear a burden because we've paid for them, and then they go into the classrooms, especially at the secondary level, where we may be paying another virtual platform to supplement for courses that we do not have staffing for. And so that's a $276,000 loss from last year. To date, and this is as of December 31st or January 1st of 2024, we have a loss of $166,600 for students where we have already paid the monies. And let me clarify this. This is how much money we've paid. And any students who come out of this, we've already lost this money. So, historical losses to student withdrawal. In our first year, we had 40 elementary, 45 middle, and 33 high. For 22-23, that was 13, 22, and 14. In our first year, in 21-22, it was our teachers, and so we were not paying another company, as in Virtual Virginia. In 22-23, we were, and so we're able to calculate that loss at $61,350. To date, as I mentioned on the previous slide, where we paid $166,000, we've lost $10,300 from student withdrawals. And when we withdraw a student, it could be that they are administratively withdrawn from Virtual Virginia. If a student does not meet the attendance standards or the grade standards, they are administratively withdrawn from Virtual Virginia. That is a part of their programming setup. That is nothing that we can change, and there are opportunities, though. They actually do re-enrollment meetings, and we meet with the parents, Mr. Wagner, as well as our counselor, Ms. Sneed, meet with the parents in addition to Virtual Virginia staff to re-enter that student. However, if the student does not perform, that student is administratively removed, and Virtual Virginia will not allow the student to return. And they do not refund us for that student. They do not. So to date, over the 2 years that we can account for, the 2 years where we have been in Virtual Virginia, the loss has been $71,650. We do propose, based on all the information that we have shared, based on the 83% decrease in enrollment since the inception of the program, based on that we are not required to do this programming, and our efforts really were supposed to be for in-person instruction, we're extending 2 proposed options. One is for families to pay the cost for SPS online and Virtual Virginia enrollment if they want to continue in the program. We are not in this proposal exclusive. There are other divisions who charge students to be in their virtual program because, again, after August 1st, 2022, we're not required to continue the programming. Students would still be a part of Suffolk Public Schools. We still receive the average daily membership for those students. We would facilitate the entire process with Virtual Virginia, which is how we do it now. But the families have to, through Virtual Virginia, pay up front. They have to pay up front by the deadline, and there is no refund, as it is no refund for the school division either. And Virtual Virginia designates the payment and enrollment timelines. The other option is that we limit the program only for extenuating circumstances, and we do have that. We do have those. There's usually prioritized needs, medical. Mental health is a part of that we have seen a few requests to come into our program at different times in the year. But our program, if limited to 40 students maximum, we would likely, within the budget, be able to find the money for the anticipated cost. This is based on this would be based on student success criteria, which we have that now in our programming, but it would be further defined. It would be limited space, which for this, that would be half of the current numbers, over half of the current numbers total. We have to designate space for military transfers. That's a part of our enrollment, which is standard. But we would designate a total limit of numbers based on historical data for that. So these are our proposed options for you to consider as a board in moving forward with SPS Online. Are there any questions?
Thank you. I just thank you for your presentation and making us aware of this. It breaks my heart that we have this great program and we have lost a lot of money trying to help our students. And I just wanted, one of the questions that I have before I ask the other board members, when we enrolled our students, was there a conversation or any type of contract with consequences or anything saying, you have to get your student, your child, to class, make sure they're online, or is it was just sign up, you don't come, okay, I just want to know that part.
Yes, ma'am. There is an application. We extend an application timeline. Included in that application and in follow-up communication, parents have to agree to support their student, to ensure their student is in class, doing their work, meets the criteria based on Virtual Virginia, as well as follows every part of the student handbook for our code of conduct. That is given in multiple iterations over the application period, as well as when a student is falling behind. That's the same criteria we use, and communication to the parents in communicating what the expectations are. In this year, we have already communicated to parents that if they withdraw students, and this started last year, then they have to pay all the fees that Virtual Virginia has charged us as of the second semester. And that has been fully communicated to all of our parents. So yes, there is a full criteria that is reviewed. They agree to it, so we pull that document.
Right.
And in the reentry meetings, when Virtual Virginia comes in with us, they reiterate those same criteria.
So we use it as a legal document where if something happened, can we recoup our money, or we're just waiting for them to give it to us like they said they would on paper?
We have worked with Mr. Waller, who is our counsel, to provide the wording and the outcomes, what the reimbursement would look like, and the expectations, yes.
And one more question. So the 83% that we're down in enrollment, was any of it behavior or just not showing up and we dropped them, or did they drop on their own?
The majority came back to
Okay.
in-person instruction.
Okay.
In-person instruction for many students is the best modality.
Absolutely.
Not everyone can perform with the discipline and motivation needed for virtual learning. You really do need to be motivated and dedicated. And with the requirements of the programming through Virtual Virginia, they do not allow you to go below a grade, a percentage. And once you fall below that, you actually are alerted that you have fallen below. In some cases, we did have to remove students if there were any disciplinary violations. Of course, Virtual Virginia works directly with us on that. And they have recordings, they have date stamps of when things happen. The majority of the students, by choice, parents have removed them from the programming, as you saw from 21-22 to 22-23. That was our largest drop. There was 64% decrease from that year, and overall it's 83% since
Okay.
our inception.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Anyone else have questions? Yes. She put her light on. Board Member Slingloff.
Thank you. Out of the 86 currently enrolled students, how many of them have those extenuating circumstances that you referenced?
Mr. Wagner knows all the numbers, so I'll refer to him on that.
Okay, the extenuating circumstances in terms of,
Well, I think that you had mentioned that if they have special needs, some of them, what your proposal, the second plan for extenuating circumstances to limit the program and participation numbers, that criterion, which you can maybe reiterate what that criterion is. I heard special needs. I'm not sure if there was something else that I missed in there, but how many meet, what are those criterion, and how many of our current students, 86, fall in that category now?
okay, so I can speak to probably 5 students who we have admitted based on that. However, the remainder of the students currently enrolled were done so just through a process by which we were looking at grades and attendance. And while they may have some of these extenuating circumstances, that was not part of the initial agreement to admit them to the program. So I can't give you a comprehensive answer, but there's probably been 5 that have been admitted over the course of this year as a late entry due to some of those circumstances.
So may I just follow up that question? If that's the case and you have here a maximum of 40 students, if you know of 5 right now that would qualify for that, where would you anticipate the other 35 would come from? If we chose that option, it seems to me that there would still be a very large loss.
I'll handle that one. That's a good question, Ms. Slingloff. So the main thing that we put on here was to be able to allow us and the board some flexibility. we have taken a look based on our feedback and working with our school liaison officers. The total number of families that are now on active duty has increased by 400 or 500%. And that's the part of the reason why we're saying, okay, if it's 400 to 500% and it's 5, let's be able to allow more. The second part is, with us being on the 4x4 schedule, we also had to be able to double the courses since we're finishing things that are happening at the high school level within one semester. And when kids are transferring in, we don't want them to feel like they have to start all over. And, 4x4, you're accelerated a little bit, so starting all over, we don't want to be able to put the kids behind it. We probably would have reduced this number some if it would have been the typical 7-period high school day. But now that we have 2 semesters, we figured we would increase that probably by about 10 kids. So to clarify some things that Dr. Branch and Mr. Wagner said, when you all are thinking about your action items for this proposal, you have the option to do the first one, which basically says that everyone will pay if they want to do it, or just the second one, and you can always change the number. You can always increase or drop that number from 40, but we're targeting that because that's one of the figures, as Dr. Branch said, that we believe that we can actually afford within the budget. Or you can do both. You can always do both as well, where families pay, but we still have a set budget amount for any of those kids that are extenuating circumstances. We're talking about mainly military transfers. We're talking about mainly kids that are coming in. There is a small percentage of some kids that are special needs. There is a small percentage of some kids where you don't have some classes that fit into their schedule, even though we have a little bit more flexibility with that at the high school level, but maybe not always at the middle school level. So we wanted to kind of circle a roundabout number that allows space, but mainly so that we can actually fit it within the budget.
Mr. Riddick, were you finished, Ms. Slinglaw?
I have a couple of questions, but they can go
Okay,
on. We'll come back.
right. No, go ahead, Mr. Riddick, Board Member Riddick.
Okay, my first question is, to date, how much money have we recouped for students being withdrawn from the program?
None.
Okay, that concerns me, considering we're talking about dollars and cents and laws here, and our major responsibility is to be a good steward of our programs. So if we see that we're losing money, and I forgot, I don't know, can't recall right now, but I don't recall this information being brought to the board about us losing money. And I understand that this is CARES, ESSER funds, or whatever it comes from. Somebody's paying for it. So we're losing money because it was money that was allocated to the school division, although it didn't originate from us. It was allocated to us, and we decided to budget for a program, and we just paid for things, from my perspective, based off the report, and we're not recouping. So it was explained that it was in literature and in agreement that families would be responsible for the financial cost of withdrawing or being dropped from it. And it was stated that, the process had begun. My concern is what's taken us so long to recoup this money. Now these funds are dwindling away, and now we have to pick and choose where we take it from. So I'm concerned that I don't see it handled in a more fruitful way. That's concerning to me. My next question.
Answer that part first.
No, she answered my first question. I gave a statement after that one. My next question that I have is, when students withdraw is there a way we can get better content as far as what are the rationale or the data for students leaving? I know you said most return back, and then there's some that, was dropped from Virtual Virginia, and then it was some that was disciplinary. I think in order for me to make an informed decision, I need to know what those reasons were and what were the percentages, so I can chew on it to move forward. Because to continue to fund something wherein we're losing money, although it's grant funds or whatever we want to call it, we're losing money. I don't think it's being a good steward of our financial resources.
I can answer both of your questions. You mentioned about the acknowledgement and requirement for parents to repay. That was implemented this year based on our data from last year. And I mentioned that it starts the second semester. We just started the second semester. We actually have not started the second semester. Our semester ends at the end of this month. And so effective for second semester is the wording in the acknowledgement, the statement that was provided to all parents is when they have to start repaying. So that is based on this year, and that was implemented at the start of this school year. As far as the data breakdown for reasoning, that also includes parents realizing that all students do not perform well, or it may have been a burden on the household to have the student at home. Maybe parents went back to work. They're not there to monitor. We do have that because we take all of those things into consideration for each case. We do not just withdraw students. There is a full internal process where I have to have all the data, and Mr. Wagner collects all of that. He meets with the families prior to making any decisions. Our counselor also has to review to see if courses are available for that child, especially if they're not performing in an online environment, but the only option within their schedule is another online class in the building. So all of that takes place prior to a student returning. It's just not a phone call. And we receive, from those cases, we do receive the communication, and I require that it is in writing, because we don't just want to be making decisions based on emotions or feelings. I'm frustrated with my child right now. They've got to go back to school. We do not make those type of decisions so that we are good stewards over our programming and the funding. We realized in this past year there were cases and people were wanting to bounce back and forth, and we cannot do that for instruction, and it really does not benefit the students to be bounced back and forth between online and in person. We had to make some decisions, and that's why we worked with Attorney Waller to create that acknowledgement, that statement, and give it to all parents.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I just have one last question, and I'll be done with my questions for this. What is the timeline for parents to remit that outstanding balance back for Virtual Virginia? And how does that look like, or how is it going to look like, since we haven't done it yet?
We have not done it, but we already have processes as a division when there is reimbursement for damaged Chromebooks and other things, and so and Mr. Waller can assist, as well as Ms. Forbesman, but she's not here this evening.
She's here.
With that. Ms. Forbesman actually worked with us on that because the reimbursement process is already in place.
Could you elaborate, or someone elaborate on what that process is? I know it's a process in place, but I want to know, I know that we have a process.
Yes.
But what does that process look like is what I'm asking.
Certainly.
So as Ms. Forsman's coming up, I'll just transition for Mr. Riddick. Part of the process that we go through, as you know, when students have outstanding bills, is notices are sent, and then things actually go to collections. And the collections are actually a part of what the parent and student is responsible for, and we use the actual application and agreement as our legal document. Ms. Forsman, you want to give a little more details about the actual timelines? I know that's what Mr. Riddick was referring to.
Sure. Parents are sent 3 letters, up to 3 letters, and at the end of the time of the 3rd letter, they're given 30 days. Forgive my voice, please, but at that time, we turn it over to the city treasurer's office for them to collect it through taxes and other ways that they have. But I will say that if you have a student that withdraws from the division, maybe they're military, you may not even know where they went. And they're not paying taxes to the city, so the city's not going to be able to get those folks. So it's not flawless, but we do take steps to make sure that the city treasurer can collect it through their tax levies.
And I just want to add to that Mr. Ray, one of your comments or questions you said was, even though this is the use of grant funds, this is money lost. when we write the grant, we have to give the estimate based on the applications that Mr. Wagner and Dr. Branch receives, the total number of classes that are taken that was from the slide deck. We have to put that line item into the grant itself because the grant has to be specifically written to that dollar amount. So once that CARES Act, in this case, is approved, then we basically have done our responsibility. It only becomes an issue when the kid withdraws. And Virtual Virginia is the ones that also help to lead that process because they are the ones that do any type of reentry meetings or provide the reasoning with the withdrawal, especially if it comes from not meeting the attendance requirement. That's the conversations and communication that Mr. Wagner has. So we are being a good steward of the money, but part of the reason that we're seeing is that the program is not sustainable. It's not sustainable under this current model because we were funding it with CARES Act. And we know that the budget is going to be tight. When you look at an 83% decrease, $71,000 in losses over the last 2 years, this is why we're bringing this to the board. We don't believe that the school division should be able to foot that bill, even though we've put things in place for this year after we saw the data. We don't believe the school division should be able to foot that bill for something that was originally paid for by grant funds.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'll come back.
Does anybody else have? Dr. Buck?
I wanted to ask, first, will there be, with regard to taking the courses, will there be any kind of income-based ability for parents who don't have money for the courses? Will there be like a sliding scale?
Yes, and even though we have the free and reduced lunch model, that's part of the reason why we chose that $90,000, because it will be able to give us some flexibility. One of the things that Mr. Wagner's team takes a look at is the income range, which, you know, is part of the student's personnel file. So we will be able to determine that, but the main thing is going to be the total number of courses that the kid requests, because we do have some students, as Dr. Branch and Mr. Wagner explained, that are face-to-face with us, but then still take some Virtual Virginia courses to better fit into their schedule. So that's probably going to be the main thing we're going to look at.
And then the other question, the other comment I want to make and a question is, I know that with Virtual Virginia, as we began virtual courses, history is interesting, we knew that there were students who did not do well with this type of model before COVID. And withdrawing students from Virtual Virginia, with them withdrawing the students, do the students fail when they're withdrawn, or they didn't go to class, it's the middle of the semester, then they go to our class, and we have to catch them up to where they're supposed to be? Is that where we are in this situation? So they started out with Virtual Virginia online. We see that's not working. You have a conference with them, and then they're placed in Algebra 2 in the middle of the semester, and the Algebra 2 teacher is supposed to get them where they're supposed to be before the test comes.
Essentially, the way that I would see this is much like a transfer from a different school district even, where we're going to be able to carry those grades through. And the way that this really works with Virtual Virginia in terms of grades, there's the attendance piece,
Right.
but as far as the grades that you're specifically referencing, they have different points where they're going to have students that would be dropped pending a readmit conference at different levels. Early on, it's like 40%, and then that moves up progressively toward the end of a semester or a year to where if they have, I think it was 60%, then they could be dropped if they're failing close to the end. So at whatever point that is, the grades are still assigned, and those grades transfer back into the classroom, trailing grades, I think we call those, and those teachers would be able to begin work with where the grades left off. And to some extent, certainly, when you're back into the face-to-face, the schools have the option for some of the recovery programs that are there within the schools.
Ms. Barham, I'm sorry, are you finished? No?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Did you have a question, Ms. Barham?
Yes. Dr. Gordon, did I understand you correctly to say that we have the potential, the possibility to blend these two things together? Is that correct? Would you address how we would do that?
The second part for only for extenuating circumstances, Ms. Byram, I think is going to be our key figure here. Because we're not 100% sure if it's going to be fair for a student that transfers in October, for example, and the classes they were taking in their previous school doesn't fit into the current classes that we're offering, especially if they're coming from a 7-period high school. There's not as many out there, but there still are some, and we're on the 4x4. We would kind of view that as an extenuating circumstance. We will also view those students that are military transfers that have potentially may move around 2 or 3 times a year. And sometimes when our school liaison officers are meeting with our military students, the parents or guardians already know the orders. And they'll tell us, we will be here until October 30th. And so we know that just for continuity, that is potentially better for that student to go into a virtual setting. So we put this on here for extenuating circumstances just to be able to provide the schools and the staff with some flexibility and to make sure it's actually fair for the kid. We don't think it's in the best interest of the student to leave one school or leave one area, come into a new one where we're on an accelerated pace because of the 4x4, and then expect to be able to keep up. A lot of our school divisions and a lot of the online platforms are actually nationwide. So sometimes some of those courses can transfer, and Virtual Virginia has some partners as well that they work with that might have a similar structure in another state. So the research that Mr. Wagner had done on that kind of allowed us to come up with this, saying, okay, budget-wise, we think we can afford $90,000. Limit the total number just for any kids that might be in some of those circumstances that I just described.
Thank you for that clarification.
Additionally, Ms. Byram and Dr. Gordon, any student who is already in Virtual Virginia who transfers in would be part of the extenuating circumstances if their family wants them to continue. If they're already in Virtual Virginia, their schedule is set, and we're able to do a smooth transition there.
Good to know. Dr. Brenham?
Thank you. So I wanted to revisit what happens to these funds that when we withdraw students and we have to go recoup those from the families. Once those start coming in, where will those be designated? Because they were used by CARES Act money, will it still have to stay inside of CARES Act money?
Yes.
Okay. And then my second question about the 40 total students. Do you have to enroll those students? You have to purchase that ahead of time?
Enrollment timelines are given by Virtual Virginia, and there is a time to get them enrolled. And yes, we do have to enroll each of those students if we continue with the process.
So what will happen if we enroll 40 students, but we don't have 40 students? What does that process look like?
We only enroll when they actually are approved through the programming. So we do not submit any names until they are fully vetted, they've met all the success criteria, and Virtual Virginia gives a short window in the summer, a very short window to withdraw students, because we do have that where families may say, no, this is not for us, we've made another decision. So they give us a very short timeline to get those students out.
And we wanted to have this for the board for you all here in January because the course request process for students starts next month. So we wanted to have this as an option for anyone that would be coming in or any of those extenuating circumstances so that they will know, just like it's in the course request process right now, so they will know that this could potentially be an option for next year.
Vice Chair Howell?
Just a quick question. So our options are A, B, or A and B. Looking at A, is there any burden to the school system other than us facilitating the relationship with Virtual Virginia?
No, there is no additional burden. Mr. Wagner's office also handles all of our instructional support, so they would continue doing the services that they provide, which is what we've been doing for the last couple of years, and the additional duty. So there is no additional burden on us. Our processes are already set.
We'll go back to Ms. Swingloff.
Mrs. Howell actually just asked the question I had because I was wondering the impact on our current employees for this program and whether they were assimilated in other hands and cookie jars. So that was, thank you.
And Board Member Riddick, did you still have something else?
Yes, I just wanted to exercise and provide context when I was saying about being a good steward over the finances. I was referencing when you're using grant funds, these are funds that we could have used somewhere else or wrote to use somewhere else. Had we been made aware, we could have capped this the second year versus coming back on the fourth year and trying to cap it, considering that enrollment has went down over 50% each year. This is something that we could have really dived deeper into it. So that's what I was referencing. But I thank you for your ready feedback. I love your presentations. You're always ready with answers. And thank you. That's it.
Again, thank you so much. This is very educational for all of us and those that are here and those that are listening. It's things that we need to learn, make us more aware of, and the questions from the board enhance it so we all can learn different things. So I appreciate it as maybe Dr. one day, Board Member Riddick stated, your presentations are always on point. And thank you for being available to answer our questions as well.
Thank you.
Dr. Gordon.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to transition to our last presentation for today's work session. And similar to your last one on SPS Online, this is also an action item for the board under new business at the regular meeting. We are extremely excited about this opportunity, which will be the first in the Commonwealth of Virginia if the board approves it tonight. That is starting a STEM Academy at Booker T. Washington Elementary School. We're kind of circling the 2025-2026 school year for implementation of this. As Dr. Bird and Dr. Branch will discuss, this is a partnership with Old Dominion University, lab school application with funds paid for in the grant from the state, and Old Dominion University will also serve as the fiscal agent. So I will let Dr. Bird and Dr. Branch go into more detail. Dr. Bird?
All right, thank you, Dr. Gordon. Greetings, Chair Jenkins, Vice Chair Howe, members of the board, Dr. Gordon, and our viewing audience. My name is Stenette Bird, and I serve as your Chief of Schools. Presenting along with me today is Dr. Akima Branch, who you just heard of, our Chief Academic Officer. So today we're proud to present a vision of a lab school at Booker T. Washington Elementary School. This evening we hope to accomplish three things: that share with you what a lab school is, share with the vision of what it could be starting fall of 2025, and ask your support in proceeding with research and development. All right, so part one, what is a lab school? I'm going to read a formal definition and then I will use more general terms after this. A lab school is a college partnership laboratory school or lab school in the Commonwealth established by a public institution of higher education. And as Dr. Gordon mentioned, in this case, it would be Old Dominion University. Lab schools are designed to stimulate the development of innovative education programs for preschool through grade 12 students, provide opportunities for innovative instruction and assessment, provide teachers with the vehicle for establishing schools with alternative, innovative instruction and school scheduling, management, and structure, encourage the use of performance-based educational programs, establish high standards for both teachers and administrators, encourage greater collaboration between education providers from preschool to post-secondary level, and develop models for replication in other public schools. So in short, it is a college preparatory school that's created by a university within the state of Virginia, and they're all about trying to provide instruction in creative ways for students in preschool through 12th grade. In Suffolk, we're exploring a school within a school model, which Dr. Branch will explain in greater detail in the next slide, to be located at Booker T. Washington Elementary School. Although you'll hear this later on in the presentation, I do want to stress that if approved for this project, the 24-25 school year, which is next year, would be used for research and development purposes. The school would not officially open until the fall of 2025. For the purpose of this presentation, we refer to this project as the STEM Academy at Booker T. Washington Elementary School. So what are some of the benefits? Lab schools use college resources and grant funding to give students opportunities and experiences that are not typical in public education setting. The goal is to help students connect with teachers, employers, mentors, explore new ideas, and better understand what a student may want to do in the future. Ultimately, lab schools aim to improve education in regular public schools by testing out and sharing great ideas and resources. What is the university's role? You'll notice when this slide was developed that you see Old Dominion on top, and Dr. Gordon stressed this as he handed the presentation over to us, that Old Dominion University is the fiscal agent for this school. Okay? It will manage the funds for the grant. The STEM Laboratory School will use ODU's expertise and resources in STEM learning, design thinking, and hands-on learning. This includes support from various departments at the university, like the Darden College of Education and Professional Studies, the Institute for Design Thinking and Leadership Development, the School of Data Sciences, the ODU Tech Talent Pipeline, the Department of Computer Sciences, and School of Cybersecurity. This lab school aims to offer strong hands-on STEM learning experiences for our elementary school students. All right, so the division's role is to provide a location. We selected Booker T, Washington, because of its location, ideal for transportation, its capacity, and its layout. Booker T provides unique spaces that are not typical to our other elementary schools. We want to build STEM learners at an early age and may consider expanding to middle schools in the future. All right, and I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Branch.
Thank you, Dr. Byrd. As Dr. Byrd mentioned, and it has been restated, our chosen location is Booker T. Washington Elementary School for the reasons he's provided. We have proposed in working with Old Dominion University that we would do this having 20 students at each grade level, K through 5. So that's 6 levels, 120 students total to start our program. There is governance in this. In working with the institution, we have to have a governing board, which is typically composed of the division staff, select division staff, and then some outside partners that would work, as well as Old Dominion University. We have to have that as part of the proposed grant. We also have to have an admission criteria, and lab schools are not new, but they are newer to our area. And as you may recall, Governor Youngkin actually proposed this for us to work with more colleges and universities to create lab schools to provide more research and evidence-based opportunities and research at the collegiate level to support the work within our pre-K through 5 institutions. This is a partnership, but there would be admission criteria that we would create. Again, 24-25 is a planning year if the grant is approved. And the proposed start, again, is 25-26. With 20 students per grade level, we would like for students to come from all over Suffolk Public Schools, and we would prioritize Booker T. Washington. There's 20 per grade level, but they can be from outside of the division as well. They also can come in for this STEM academy outside of the division, but our priority would be for our students. It's important to understand with the lab school, a STEM lab school, that these students would still be required to meet all the SOLs, but all of their instruction would be through the lens of STEM, where their math would come, of course, that is a part of STEM, but their lessons would be very innovative, in maker spaces. There would be a science component to everything, and it would increase the amount of STEM-related cross-curricular opportunities for our students. They still would get the same SOL required or curriculum that the VDOE provides, but it would be developed in a brand new curriculum for this STEM lab. And that's really exciting. It can be set up also where, for example, every couple of weeks, they work with some of our community business partners to provide field trips that are STEM-based, STEM-focused with those organizations to expose those students differently. Now, what this does not do is exclude all students from learning about STEM. That's part of our curriculum. But this has more of an emphasis on STEM instruction. Tonight, we are seeking school board approval to proceed because the grant application is due February the 1st. This is the last meeting for you all as in this setting before that time frame. And all this is our proposal to the state. And we're working with Old Dominion University daily to put our grant together. And it is a very time-consuming process. We have our coordinator of science instruction, Dr. Caitlin Leitner, who is an integral part of this. We're all working as a team to put this application together. We do have to seek community support in that our business partners have to agree to support this. We have many that are already supporting our STEM initiatives, as you all are aware, like our STEM Century book and other opportunities, our STEM camp, etc. But we do have to have that support and acknowledgement as part of this package. So we're on a timeline and have been working on this with ODU to get it done and approved just to move forward. This does not guarantee that we will receive the grant, but we're putting forth all great effort to ensure that our grant is tight and that it has the vision that the state is looking for, the VDOE is looking for in creating a lab school. And again, this will open fall of 2025.
So before we open up to the board for questions, I want to clarify one thing that I think Dr. Branch said. This will not be open to students outside of the school division. I think she meant outside of Booker T. And we have to make sure that we're in doing this, that we're taking a hard look at how many kids are coming from other schools. That's going to be part of the plan. But Dr. Branch is correct when she says that Booker T will be prioritized out of that 120. I also want to provide context. There's currently 11 lab school applications pending at the DOE right now, and this initiative opened up about 18 months or so ago. There's 11 pending right now. There's a public comment on James Madison University, partnering with Harrisonburg City Public Schools. That's the next one. So that's part of the process where we submit the application, then there's a review, and then hopefully within the next 3 to probably 4 months is when we'll hear back alerting us if we have approval or not, which lines up with the summer months. That's really when you have and start your planning year. So I just want to provide that clarification.
Thank you. Are you done your presentation? Okay. I'm excited about this. Suffolk Public Schools we're in the business of doing things first. And this is one of the things that we'll be bringing. I'm saying we're going to get this grant, we're going to have the program, and our students will benefit from it. And it's because we have staff, we have employees that think out of the box and create things and go and look for things that our students can be a part of that is not the norm. So thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you, Dr. Gordon, for clarifying that with outside, because I had written it down, and so thank you for clarifying that. Do we have any board members that would like to say anything?
I have questions.
Okay. Dr. Bob?
Yes, you said you have spaces for 120 students. What percentage of those students would be students with disabilities?
The application would be open to all students, so there would be no exclusion based on a disability category.
Go ahead.
And just to add, the acceptance is a lottery model. So it's students would apply and go into a pool, and it's a lottery. So we wouldn't select one way or another.
And the question I'm asking is based on because the lab school idea is like a charter school idea, but with colleges. You know, I used to run the lab school at Hampton University when I was chair of education department there. What happens to the funding of the lab school after the grant runs out? How do we plan to sustain it?
Okay, great question. Once again, I do want to reiterate that this is technically would be Old Dominion University's lab school housed in our facility. So although we would have 4 years worth of funding that is guaranteed, we would use their resources, connections, along with our resources and connections to continue looking for partners to expand it beyond that period of time.
Okay,
So it's not just on Suffolk Public Schools.
It's not just on Suffolk Public Schools.
Correct.
But I guess what I'm saying is I understand ODU is some part of it, and we want to get business partners and whatever, but I know how soft money works and how real money works. So our plan for sustaining the charter school is going to have to be, lab school is based on real money. So we have some partners that you want to speak to.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Buck. So Dr. Bird is right. The 4 years is the money that ODU and the state. So it's two parts. You get grant funds from the state for implementation.
Right.
And then anything that is purchased, any additional equipment, any additional resources, all come from ODU. The conversations that we've had with Old Dominion universities, they have put into their budget for us to be able to sustain this right now for a long time. One of the things that we're looking at that Dr. Branch mentioned is the business partnerships isn't necessarily for the money. The business partnerships is to bring experts in the field in to be able to serve as mentors and speak to our kids. And one of the things that I want to make sure the board is aware of, when the lab school initiative first started, I had conversations with Mr. Riddick when he was chair and Dr. Bucks last year when she was chair. We were concerned about the sustainability of the funding model, which was the reason why I didn't apply. And we never brought this to you until they've actually made some tweaks. And we also know that, to be honest, at the elementary level, the funding isn't as expensive as the high school level, which then allows us to be able to keep this program moving a lot longer because the equipment is different. So it was our goal to be able to bring this to the board with virtually zero impact on the school division when it comes to money. 5 years from now, ODU has basically informed us that they will be able to continue the commitment because then it will just be based on adding whatever the latest innovation and technology is to support the program because the implementation will be done. So that's my long way of answering your question, Dr. Buck, of saying we think we're going to be good for 10 years in doing this without having a very minimal impact to the school division.
And we think that we're going to do it, keeping it at 120 students?
We're circling that number right now because of the capacity of the school. So we're looking at 6 classrooms to be able to do that. Because we also want to make sure that we kept our pupil-to-teacher ratio at 20-1 in order to be able to do that. One of the things you heard Dr. Bird mention, if there would be any expansion in the future, and we're talking probably about 5 years from now, we would probably come to the board and have a conversation about doing this at a middle school level. As of right now, the only applications that are out there are for high schools only. That's why we thought this would be a unique opportunity.
And with regard to the governing board, how would we plan to select these individuals?
Right. So once again, this would, they do have recommendations, and some of the recommendations are, of course, the members of the university to be on the board. They do recommend a member of the school board also serve on the board, as well as some other staff. It reminds me a lot, the way it's written, of how CCAP was before Suffolk took it over. The Prudence Center at that particular time. We were on that board, but they were governed by that group. Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes. Okay. Dr. Brittingham.
So the partnership that we have with Old Dominion University, their portion of the cost is what? What are they fronting in this process?
So the partnership that we currently have with Old Dominion University is for our administrative cohort and supervision model. This is something that's different. The original money that comes from the actual lab school implementation grant, innovation grant itself, that's basically your startup funds. Dr. Bird, do you have any additional information on what ODU has said past what they're going to be able to provide from the state, and then to make sure that they also kind of help guide since they are the fiscal agent?
No, sir, but the funding that is available through the grant is certainly enough to, utilize for the training, the hiring of staff, stipends, those kind of things. So that grant funding, yeah.
So my follow-up question, does that, any of the materials that are procured in this process for the STEM lab, who owns those? Is that grant money funded that becomes ours, or does Old Dominion University have rights to that? Help me understand.
That's a great question, and that's one of the benefits that's going to be a benefit for us. For example, if we take a space and we turn it into a STEM lab at Booker T. Washington Elementary School. Yes, the lab school students would, and that team would plan for how that space would be used. The grant would fund the space, but all students at Booker T. Washington Elementary would have access to it as well. And they all can benefit from the planning and lesson plans that are being used for this particular lab school. So yes, and it will belong to Suffolk Public Schools.
Yes. Ms. Engelhoff.
My question, I understand there's a governing board, and I'm trying to understand the relationship, because I think initially we were talking resources and money and ODU resources, which I imagine were mostly tangibles. I mean, like equipment and things was what I thought initially until Dr. Brittingham. Can you explain to me what are ODU's resources? On SPS's side, you said it was the location, the facility. What do they bring to the table? What are they in charge of? What are we in charge of? And when it comes to curriculum and instructors, where does that fall out? Who creates a curriculum and who chooses and selects the instructors for this program?
Great question. ODU is a research institution in this capacity, and so they have research. They want to implement some best practices within the division. They will provide guidance and one or two personnel to actually work directly with our staff who will be chosen to be in this lab program. As far as the curriculum, it will be a partnership based on research and evidence-based practices and curriculum that we will implement. Our staff will work, the staff chosen to lead the programming will actually work directly with Old Dominion University to develop that curriculum. It will be shared in that they are providing professional development for staff once selected, and throughout the programming. That will be part of their continued research and work with us, but we will execute the curriculum. We will ensure the staffing is done. That is our responsibility. And we do that anyway. They're not choosing the people to work for us or work in this program. What they do have the autonomy to do is select their staff who will be the liaison or the facilitator from the Old Dominion side to work with us.
Thank you for all your questions. Do you have a question, Mr. Riddick?
Have we considered the impact on transportation?
The students would be on the same schedule that they currently are. There would be no impact on transportation. The only impact would be like we do for field trips now. That would be based on the time that our field trips are scheduled. It's the same thing. When schools go on field trips, then our transportation provides that. That would be scheduled accordingly. But these students, although it's a school within a school, they're on the same school schedule.
No, I get that aspect of, the bail schedule. What I'm referencing is the out-of-zone students who are not zoned for Booker T. Washington. Do we have the capacity without putting additional weight on an already weighted system? Because my priority, although I'm super excited to bring this type of program to this magnificent area of Suffolk. My concern is, how does that impact the other 13,800 something odd students as far as getting to and from school?
It's a good question, Mr. Riddick, and that's actually a part of the application details that we have to do. And similar to what Mr. Privet already does with our majority to minority program, where we have 2 designated buses, we would designate buses for this. And part of our staff additions that we will look for as a part of the application is to add more drivers just to potentially be able to handle this. So that's one of the staffing needs that we believe that we're going to have, depending on kind of what happens down the road as we take a further look at the majority to minority program. So you're correct, we don't want to add an additional burden on to the transportation department, but we also want to make it clear to the board and to the city that that's part of the things that we'll have to work out in 24, 25. But part of our application will be the additional drivers and transportation workers that will be necessary to make this program successful citywide.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Anyone else?
Just one quick question. You mentioned that priority would be given to Booker T. Washington students, but then you also mentioned a lottery.
I can answer that. We actually can't have a priority. We can have a method of advertisement, I guess might be the better way. But anyone who applies for it would be in the lottery system. So we certainly would, once we say this lab school is available to all K through 5 students, any parent would have equal access to apply and be particularly selected for the lottery. Now, I would imagine that, Booker T. Washington may choose to be aggressive with their informing their population of this program.
Does that mean that it'll be advertised, will it still be advertised district-wide?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Let me let Dr. Butler.
Okay.
I just wanted to say, my experience with these kinds of programs, with choice programs, and the lottery system, there's usually a bit of favor that goes to those parents who are familiar with the choice options and familiar with how the process works. Are we going to make a special effort to make sure every parent is aware? Are we thinking about putting in this plan some types of sessions at each of the schools to make sure all parents are equally aware of the fact that this program exists, and give them some idea of how many slots we're going to have for kids, some percentage of Booker T students that are going to be involved in this, as in a model program or whatever, or 60% of the kids are going to come from Booker T, or 70% and 30% come from somewhere else. Have we considered that as we're thinking about this process? Because I think it's something that should be, and then we need to let other parents, that's just me. I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. And so as we look at it, the plan is to be able to have information sessions in multiple locations throughout the city. Probably be 6, as we're thinking, 2 in the north, 2 in the central, 2 in the south, if necessary, like Kilby and Southwestern really be in the south. Mathematically, if we take a look at this, 11% would come from each school if everyone decided to apply for equal percentages. The lottery system that Dr. Bird is talking about is part of the things that actually has to be detailed out. We're not 100% sure how many students are going to want to take this opportunity at Booker T, but we want to be able to show the advantages as part of the reasons why we would have those information sessions. We don't want to have anything that makes anyone think that the lottery is weighted,
Right.
Because I think that's what you were talking about. It has to be equal amounts for everybody, but the first information session will be at Booker T, because we need to make, probably multiple will be at Booker T, because we have to be able to give all the other elementary schools an opportunity to tour the building and take a look. And if we're approved, we wouldn't set that up until we actually had some of that equipment there so people could see how the layout of the school would go. So those are some of the things, as Dr. Bird had mentioned, the development year. Those are some of the things that we would actually really have to work on with those information sessions starting probably December of 2024 if we're lucky. And then kind of having the tour process align with the course request process that starts in February at the secondary level, so that we have a consistent deadline like we do for our specialty centers at the high school
Well,
level.
And
Yeah.
that was the model I was thinking of. If this is going to be one of our specialty centers, then we would be trying to give advantage to the people who are there in the program and then bring others into the program.
Yeah,
But give an advantage to those who are there. And
We-
that was just the way I was conceptualizing.
Yeah, and that's the way that we could do it normally, because school divisions are control of the specialty centers, but lab schools have a little different requirements based on what is necessary in the grant.
Reason being, and I don't want to continue with this, but I see, as having been a principal, I don't want to skimming the top layer off of elementary schools to putting them in the lab school. I want to make sure that everybody gets an equal chance, but I don't want us to take our top students from all of our other elementary school to place them in one place to say how wonderful our lab school is. I want us to really work with the students who are there and see what we can do and see if these techniques work.
Could we possibly do two separate lotteries, one specifically targeted for Booker T. Washington, and then once we've filled a certain amount, a percentage that we've decided, have a second lottery that opens it up to the rest of the division, and that way we ensure that Booker T. Washington gets the most amount of students possible into that program? Because it seems a shame to me that we would do a lab school at Booker T. Washington and not have a good representation of those students, because we want the bright minds there to shine as well as they are everywhere else.
That's definitely a possibility that we can take a look at. I mean, once the application process and we're given the green light, we actually are going to be the ones that's going to be in charge of the process, along with Old Dominion University, as long as we're in the boundaries of that criteria. So this isn't the only presentation that we're going to bring to the board. Remember, the goal was to be able to alert the board of, here's the deadline coming up February 1. This is the reasons why we think this is a good opportunity for us, especially being the first elementary lab school in the state. Once we get approved, 3 to 4 months from now, hopefully, or June or July, then we can kind of come back to you all with some recommendations on the selection process. So I don't want us to get ahead of that. The goal today is to make sure that you all understand how the lab school actually works, the funding model, no fiscal burden to the school division, and then to provide an overview of how this works. And as more information comes out, because the state actually releases information on lab schools. The first one was Code RVA in Richmond. The second one was Stafford County partnering with Mary Washington. Those just started. So part of our plan and the process is to tour those schools to see what they're offering and see what we can kind of scale down and alter for the elementary level, and have Old Dominion be a part of that as well. So, Dr. Brittingham, your suggestion's a good one. Let's put a pin in that and wait about 3 to 4 months.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation, and thank you for all of your questions and your answers. That concludes our session for our work session, and we will go into recess now.
When we get into our meeting,
20 minutes? 15 minutes. 15? It's going to take my
I now call to order the January 11th school board meeting. And now we will have the Pledge of Allegiance by, is this the person's name? Mary Sensible from Lakeland and Lakeland High School. Fine musicians that flew in all the way from the Holland area.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. We will have a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Now we will have Vice Chair Howell read our mission statement.
The mission of Suffolk Public Schools is to produce 21st century learners that will become productive citizens in society, to foster a dynamic, safe, and nurturing learning environment, to partner with school community for the benefit of students and staff, to strengthen the school division by employing a highly qualified and diverse staff, to effectively and efficiently manage capital and human resources, and to effectively communicate to increase community investment.
Thank you. And now we will be favored with an amazing musical selection from Lakeland High School Orchestra, directed by Mary Singable. was absolutely amazing. I felt like someone was going to walk in with the big tall hair and the big wide gowns. That was, because I hear that on those type of movies. You all nailed it. You nailed it. You all fantastic musicians, and don't let anyone else tell you any different. Thank you so much. Does anyone else have anything, any comments? Ms. Barrow?
I just want to thank you for your dedication, because I know it takes dedication to perform like that, and we're so proud of you. We're investing money in these programs, and this is really the fruit of our labor, and we appreciate all of you so much.
Dr. Bo?
I was just going to say the same thing, ditto. You all were just wonderful. I was trying to videotape you and clap at the same time. You all were just wonderful. It's just amazing what you have done. Congratulations on a great performance.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Keep it up.
Anyone else?
I would just like to chime in and say you all did a fantastic job. This is what it looks like when we give our students opportunity and exposure to showcase what they already had within them. They just needed an opportunity to bring it out. And I would like to see us as a community at large, reach out to Lakeland High School and our other schools with these programs and see how we could get them to collaborate in our community. You all did an outstanding, outstanding job. Thank you.
And I want to thank all the parents. Do we have any parents here? Would you please stand? They wouldn't be here without you. And our principal, our staff from Lakeland, Principal Bullitt, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is the approval of the agenda.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve the agenda tonight.
I second.
It's been properly moved in second. Do we have any questions, any comments? We ready for the vote?
Board members, please vote. We'll do a roll call vote. Board Member Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Board Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers on the agenda?
No, ma'am, we don't have any public speakers.
Okay, we are moving on. So we will have reports by our superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to call to the podium Ms. Antoinette Dickens, who will provide the good news report. Within that good news report, she will talk about alumni highlights, where are they now, a little overview of our STEM 21st Century documentary watch party, our partnership with United Way and Belk to provide winter coats to students, SPS Food Nutrition Services partnership with Fork Farms, accolades from the Mighty Marching Bulldog Band from Kings Fork High School, December Teacher Spotlight, and our upcoming event with parents as partners. Together we create achievers, and then I will provide additional comments within our calendar for special events. Ms. Dickens?
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Gordon. Good evening, Madam Chair Jenkins, Vice Chair Howe, and school board members tonight. All right, of course, we like to recognize our alumni, students, and highlight their accomplishments beyond SPS. And in a social media post shared by the Suffolk News Herald, former Nansemond River Warrior Phildarius Payne announced that he will enter the 2024 NFL Draft. And Payne completed his final season with the Virginia Tech Hokies after transferring from Nebraska. So if any board members, or of course any of us watching tonight, would like to follow this young man's journey, the NFL Draft is scheduled to take place April 25th through 27th. In December, SPS held a division-wide watch party for the premiere of the STEM Century, It Takes a Village to Raise a 21st Century Graduate, Suffolk, Virginia edition documentary. That documentary was shown at 3 locations: Kings Fork High School, Nansemond River High School, and Forest Glen. And you may recall when we first launched the book back in July at our book launch and open house event that was in partnership with the ODU Virginia Modeling, Analysis, and Simulation Center, and the book is still currently available for purchase on Amazon. Well, those who were able to attend the documentary viewing enjoyed popcorn and refreshments while gaining insight into the innovative partnership that Suffolk Public Schools has with 21st century education. The documentary summarizes the need to include STEM instructional methodology in all subjects to impact student achievement and prepare our students for job opportunities that need to be filled in fields like computer science. And it is absolutely outstanding. If you haven't had a chance yet to watch it, it is still currently on our SPS YouTube channel. Our communications and community engagement team, alongside our student services team, partnered with the Suffolk Belk right here on Main Street and the United Way of Southampton Roads to purchase 39 coats for our McKinney-Vento families, and our families were so gracious and so appreciative. We had several SPS representatives present, including myself, Mr. Melvin Bradshaw, Mr. Jarrell Thomas from our community engagement team, and Dr. Rodney Brown, Mr. Randy Boone, Ms. Elizabeth Allen, and Ms. Sandy Wiggins Hall from Student Services. So this was a project that blossomed out of a conversation that Ms. Sandy and I had, and I just want to say that she is truly a joy and a pleasure to work with, and we're really looking forward to continuing our partnership with her and her mission to serve our McKinney-Vento families. We also would like to thank Mr. Darius Walston and Ms. Sherelle Wills, the 2 managers at Belk, for opening their doors and for allowing us to come in and host this event. Anything we needed, they were there to provide. They had 1 register in the store that was designated just for Suffolk Public Schools to make the checkout process a lot easier, and so we really appreciate their hospitality. We also would like to again thank Ms. Sierra Chavis, the Director of Education for the United Way of Southampton Roads. We have a phenomenal relationship with Ms. Chavis, and it's because of her that we were able to have the funds available for this event and to provide those coats for our families. So we thank her and the United Way team for all that they've done and continue to do to support our students and their families. Our food services team has a surprise in the works upcoming for our February board meeting, so we won't give too much away tonight, but we do want to acknowledge all of the work that they're doing with the Fork Farms. Many of you are familiar with the Fork Farms already, but for those of you who may not be, it's a program that allows indoor hydroponic farming as a way to grow large quantities of fresh produce in a sustainable and efficient way. It's a method of growing plants without soil, but instead by using nutrient-rich water to nourish the plants, and that's still significantly less water than traditional farming methods. And we do currently have Fork Farms at all 3 of our high schools and at CCAP. And our food services team has a goal to add 5 more locations. The hydroponic farms are an excellent option for providing fresh produce for students year-round. During Virginia Farm to School Week, Nansemond River High School students actually enjoyed salads that were made from their first harvest of the SPS grown lettuce. So as you can see, it is truly a benefit to our school division, and it offers hands-on learning opportunities for our students, allowing them to learn about plant biology, nutrition, and sustainable agriculture. We absolutely extend a huge thank you to our food services team for spearheading this initiative, Dr. Lawrence Whiting, our Director of Food Services, and Tricia Kastelitz and Angela Howe, who are absolutely amazing and who are doing many great things with the food services department. Again, we don't want to share too much tonight, but at our next board meeting, we'll have an exciting and interactive activity for our board members and for those who are in attendance to engage in and to witness as well. And last year, the Kings Fork High School Mighty Marching Bulldog Band received several top honors. Those top honors were either first place or a grand champion award. And this year, the students do truly continue to shine. As you can see here are the full competition results and some of the accolades that the band received so far this school year. And if you count them all, you'll see that there are 28 outstanding awards, and we are just in January. So, you know, we surely can see the amazing and outstanding work that these students are doing. We'd like to especially recognize Mr. Bernard Bradley, the band director at Kings Fork High School, who really outdoes himself and goes above and beyond for his students in many different ways. He's given them exposure. He's taken them to perform at historically black colleges and universities, HBCUs, in Virginia and throughout North Carolina. And every year he hosts the Kings Fork High School HBCU Band Scholarship Day, where not just SPS students, but students from across Hampton Roads are able to attend and perform in front of band instructors from different HBCUs nationwide. And that event is held right here, of course, in Suffolk at Kings Fork High School. And so many students are able to receive band scholarships on the spot. So Suffolk Public Schools is certainly fortunate to have teachers in our buildings like Mr. Bradley, who not only show up, but really do show out for our students. We would also like to acknowledge the great things that our bands at Lakeland and Nansemond are also doing. The LHS Quiet Storm Band, led by Alvin Wilson, and the Magnificent Marching Warriors, led by Mr. Edward Woodis. And in the next couple of weeks, we can look forward to an article from the Suffolk News Herald highlighting all three of our band directors and all of the accomplishments that they are doing with our students. So we can thank Mr. James Robinson for that article, and of course, all he does to cover and promote the good things we're doing in SPS. Right, we'd like to recognize tonight those teachers who were selected for our December Teacher Spotlight, so congratulations to the following individuals: Jamie Butts from Kings Fork Middle School, Sarah Jordan from Kings Fork High School, Linda Ellis from John Yates Middle School, Catherine Fry from Hill Point Elementary, Allison Dees from Nansemond River High School, Amber Myers from Florence Bowser Elementary, Terry Minami from Lakeland High School, Sarah McDonald also from Lakeland High School, and Bonnie Young from Southwestern Elementary School. And we'll close out the Good News Report tonight with just a save the date reminder for our upcoming Parents and Partners event. This event aims to strengthen our home, school, and community connections. So we'll be sending out more information on that event to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickens. Before I get into the calendar events, I want to take the time to discuss some challenges that we saw this week in the school division. It's really been a challenging week specifically for the students at John F. Kennedy Middle School. And We are extremely concerned as there has been an increase in swatting throughout the country, but specifically here in Region 2, where individuals try to see what happens if they call threats into the building. And when we actually had a second one at the school today, the original was actually multiple calls from the same individual on that day. The investigation is still ongoing. And unfortunately, one of the things that I do want to hope to caution some of our school community members about, as well as ask for your support, there will be one source of information when it comes to any type of issue in the school division, and that will come from our community and community engagement office. One of the challenges that we had on the first day of the swatting incident at John F. Kennedy Middle School was some misinformation that was being put out there that created a lot of additional traffic, not only to community engagement, but to SAO. And we want to ask to make sure that, number one, when information does go out, that we have all your correct information in the system for School Messenger, but also to be patient to wait for the information coming from Ms. Dickens or Mr. Bradshaw. We have to work closely with the police department as well as emergency services to release information, and we made some tweaks to that. That was a unique day because of the weather. We also had to have an early dismissal at the same time. And so when you're doing that, we have to make sure that our messages are going to be separate. We can't combine them because there's one safety issue going on at one school. I want to give a special thank you to the John F. Kennedy administration, specifically Ms. Dickey for all of her hard work, and Ms. Burnett Brock at Booker T. Washington when we had to transport the kids for our reunification efforts to Booker T. Under the coordination of Dr. Brown, Mr. LaFave, Ms. P. Sean, Dr. Lee, and Mr. Boone, the reunification plan worked to a T. And unfortunately, some of the misinformation that was created was parents were told by members on Facebook to go to Booker T. Washington Elementary School to pick up your student. And that's not how it works. We always have to make sure that we bring our kids back to their original school unless the extenuating circumstances don't allow that. John F. Kennedy is a unique place because we have 3 buildings there, as the board knows from our upcoming rebuilding effort of the school building. We had to evacuate everyone, instructional technology, Mr. Littlefield's team, and our CSEP building with our partnerships with Southampton, Franklin, and Isle of Wight. And the rumor mill had actually got so bad that when I talked to Dr. Carter, the superintendent of Franklin, he had heard that we had an active shooter on campus. And they actually were getting some of their information, unfortunately, off of Facebook. So we want to make sure that, similar to what happened today when the emergency services team was there and Dr. Brown's team, we are always going to heed with caution and make sure that we keep our students and staff safe. And when you're moving 500 kids from one location to the next, I definitely want to commend Dr. Brown's team for organizing that, as well as support that we actually received from Parks and Recreation. Then yesterday, we had to make another adjustment with our 2-hour delay, and we want to take this time to apologize to our school community because our message came out a little bit later than what we normally do. We actually started that process at 4:00 a.m., and I want to give a special thank you to Mr. Privet and his team and all those individuals that checked our 20 to 25 locations when we first started to communicate this. Our protocol is normally going to be that we want to have information that actually goes out to the school community a minimum of 90 minutes in advance. And yesterday, things did get in probably within an hour before school started. We understand that we did have some students that were already at the bus stop, some staff that already were on their way to work, if not already arriving at the building, which is part of the reason why we had a team meeting to make some adjustments for the future. But this is never going to be an exact science. I think we need to really understand that. Ideally, we would like to make all of our calls the night before so that everybody would be able to plan. But you also have to think about the visibility of those 20 to 25 folks that are actually out there looking at stuff. We don't want to put them in harm's way either. So we definitely want to apologize for the inconvenience that occurred for some of our folks getting that message later than what is expected. At John F. Kennedy, because of this current swatting that actually occurred in another one of our local partnering counties as well today, there will be an increased security and police presence at the school tomorrow. This doesn't mean that there's something unusual going on. We just want to be able to have people in place as a deterrent. And we continue to partner with the Suffolk Police Department. Dr. Brown has been on the phone with them all day. We've had conversations with the SRO there, as well as debriefing each day that these incidents have occurred. School safety is always going to be our top responsibility, and the fact that no students or staff were ever in any danger is a credit to all the hard work and planning that went forward. I also, on a lighter note, want to announce that once again, the Suffolk Public Schools has had a perfect financial audit on both the operating budget as well as our school activity funds. Strong kudos to Ms. Wendy Forsman and her team. This is a decade plus that it has been like this. Also, great support and congratulations to all of our school bookkeepers and administrators for making sure that they follow the processes that have been put in place. We are so proud to know that what we've done is sustainable when it comes to being fiscally responsible and that all of our numbers match. As I transition to the calendar of special events, this month is National Mentoring Month. Next week, ladies and gentlemen, is Virginia School Appreciation Week. If you see a principal, give them a hug. They're the ones that are really helping to make sure that our schools are successful. They put in tireless hours to make sure that all of our goals are being met. As a reminder, on Monday is a day of service, as all of Suffolk Public Schools will be closed for the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. The end of the second 9 weeks and first semester will be January 26th. SOL tests actually started this week, and that also got interrupted at the high school level and just overall for our middle school students that are taking high school tests at JFK because of some of those unfortunate events. That day will also serve as a half-day clerical day for teachers. It will be early dismissal for students also on the 26th. We're going to have 2 days of planning. If everyone remembers, the school board made an adjustment to the calendar last year for this year because of the high school being on the 4x4 schedule. For transition of students to new classes for the second semester, we need an additional day of clerical days for grades and closing out the semester. The official beginning of the third 9 weeks and second semester will be January 31st. Next month is School Board Appreciation Month in February. Is also African American History Month and Career and Technical Education Month. February 2nd is National Wear Red Day. You just heard Ms. Dickens talk about our SPS Parents and Partners event at Kingsford Middle School. Ladies and gentlemen, the list of vendors and school division partners has grown since last year, and we definitely want to make sure that we're encouraging everyone to come out. National School Counseling Week is February 5th through the 9th, and our next school board meeting, Madam Chair, will be February 8th. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gordon. Excuse me. I just want to say that in the events that happen with John F. Kennedy, I commend you all as well, the staff and everyone who participated in it, because out of all that happened, no student got hurt, no staff got hurt, and for that reason, that is a plus. And even though I know the principal was out of the building, but I understand she was, wherever she was working behind the scenes, making sure things were getting done. So kudos to the principal and her staff as well. Thank you very much, and thank you, Dr. Gordon, for your report. And let's move on to the next on our agenda. We will be having the consent agenda, the approval of the consent agenda. Are there any discussions before we move forward?
Madam Chair, I move that we accept and adopt the consent agenda.
Madam Chair, I second the motion.
Okay, thank you very much. It has been properly moved and second. May we have a vote, please?
Board members, please vote. We're going to do a roll call vote. Board Member Brittingham?
No.
Board Member Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slingloff?
Yes.
Board Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Now we will move to unfinished business.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the set of policies collectively.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, I second the motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to pull out 2 ordinances
Okay.
And that's ordinance 23/24-44 and ordinance 23/24-57.
6 and 19. Okay. So you amend your motion, please.
Madam Chair, I would like to amend my motion that we approve the unfinished business collectively with removal of ordinance 23-24-44 and ordinance 23-24-57.
And I second the amended motion.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Do you want to discuss anything about this motion? Now we'll call for the vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slingloff.
Yes.
Board Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
So that was the motion to approve them. That was the motion to approve.
Okay, now we will go to new business. And we'll put that at the end. Okay. Yeah. So with our new business, is there a motion?
What did you talk about?
And we're going to do number 1, the approval of special meetings of the school board on February 29th, 2024, 5 p.m. at Suffolk City Council chambers.
I move that we approve the meeting on February 29th.
Is there a second?
I second.
Is there any discussion? It's been properly moved and second. Will we have a vote, please?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Brooks Buck.
Just needed to look and see if I was supposed to be somewhere there. At what time? I'm sorry, I missed that part.
5.
5 o'clock. Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slingloff.
Yes.
Board Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. The second one is Resolution 23-2419, a resolution of the School Board of the City of Suffolk, Virginia, adopting the Code of Ethics for members of the Suffolk City School Board. Is there a discussion with that, or would you? And Mr. Waller, will you speak on that, please?
Each year, the school board adopts this resolution to publicly affirm to the viewing public its willingness and its desire to act and conduct its affairs in an ethical manner. There are several important pieces to this resolution that each member of the school board is agreeing to adhere to, one of which is that they will conduct their business affairs with integrity, that they will attend meetings, that they will understand the authority for school administration, that it lies with the school superintendent, that they would seek to facilitate open communication with the community, that the members of the board will communicate to the full school board. They will encourage desired changes through ethical and legal procedures. They will avoid the conflict of interest and the avoidance of the appearance of impropriety, and they will respect confidentiality of privileged information. And this is something that each board member, through the adoption of the resolution, agrees to conduct themselves in this manner. And this is something that the board does each year.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
I have a question here. What type of teeth do we have for board members who violate this because it has been my observation that this is somewhat subjective. And my reservation is if it's expected for one, and I know you're speaking personally, but our actions are as a board, how are we truly going to hold one another's feet to the fire, considering the presentation that we had this afternoon about VACORP, how it brings up a potential litigation on breaking some of this stuff. And this could be a document that could be used as supporting material for a lawsuit against you if one is levied for a board member misconduct. How can you really enforce it? Or is it just ceremonial?
I don't believe that it's totally ceremonial. After all, you do have a policy in place for disciplining board members for certain behavior, and some of the behavior set forth in this resolution is also included in your policy. So you do have a means of exercising certain authority through your policy that will, in fact, enforce some of the terms of this resolution.
Chair. My concern is still, even with that policy, that it's still subjective for board members. I've observed through observation how board members took that policy and weaponized it to where it was really difficult even to execute the policy. So where my reservation comes in, if you don't know me by now, I'm just a person, just go by the rules. That's what I want. How do we get people to just go by the rules? Because when you implement the policy and then you follow the policy, some of the same board members who vote for it are oftentimes the ones who are aggressively violating it as well. So my thing is, I don't want to pass something that the board is going to turn around again and either look the other way or violate. That's where my reservations are coming in from. So I want to know, is there any way that we can put real teeth in it, in addition to what our policy states?
Well, quite naturally, if you want to add more teeth to it, 7 members up here can do that. The other thing to keep in mind is, you're right, it is a subjective. A lot of this may turn out to be very subjective, but at the end of the day, it is the 7 members of the school board that decides whether or not the policy has been violated. It's really quite simple. We can sort of make this thing difficult if we want to, but at the end of the day, the decision is up to the 7 members of the school board.
No, I understand. I was just speaking from my past observations and experience. And I just wanted to make sure that going into it, I wanted to know pretty much what would be different this time versus past practices. So, I mean, I'm done with my comments, some discussion. If this is the will of the board to move forward and vote, my commentary is done.
Did anyone else have anything to say?
Yeah.
Ms. Linglock?
Oh, let me go ahead.
Ms. Linglock, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask on that note, why would we have a code of ethics separate from what's in the norms and protocol? Would it not be, I mean, wouldn't, if we follow the policy, wouldn't these be items that would just be in the policy? What is the significance? I mean, I have no intention of violating anything in this. I have no problem with necessarily the information in it, but I'm curious as to why it's a document that we have to sign.
Question? I believe it's because it is a public affirmation and a statement to the public that you're going to conduct yourself in an ethical manner. The public may not be as familiar with your norms and protocols. This is an opportunity for the members of the school board to say publicly, so that all the members of the public will know that you agree to conduct your affairs ethically. That's, I believe, is the reason behind it.
I'm sorry, I was going to say pretty much the same thing. When we join the boards, when we are elected and we join the boards, it's just an affirmation that we're going to do what it is we're supposed to do, and we're going to conduct ourselves in a manner that is appropriate. We also had to swear that we would conduct ourselves in accordance with the codes of Virginia and so on and so forth. So we did that. This is for the public and to let them know that we plan to do what we say we will do. And as people who want to be open, honest, above board, transparent, as the term is used, this would definitely be an affirmation that we are going to do what we said we were going to do. So I've had no problem signing it, as I have done every year for the last 11 years. This would be the 12th one that I've signed. But that's why we do what we do. And I've tried to honor what we do because I think it is the appropriate thing to do.
Thank you.
That's all I have to say, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Howell.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the Code of Ethics.
I second the motion.
I just want to say, because I can do that after the second, I just, as chair and as a school board member and being elected, I have no problem signing it. I have no intentions of doing anything willingly that I know I'm not supposed to do. I have signed it ever since I've been on the board. I signed this when I have a job. So when I go on my job, every year we have to sign one of these. And it's just goodwill to me. I have no problem signing it. I will sign it tonight, and I will sign it as long as I have to. It's a part of being a school board member, being an elected official, and we can move forward with that. Are we ready for the vote?
Madam Chair, I just wanted, with your permission, of course, share with my reservation is there's a clause that Attorney Waller read about the administration being left to the superintendent. I don't have an issue with Dr. Gordon, so I want to clear that misconception. There is no issue between I and Dr. Gordon. However, there are times where I ask questions and it is confused as if I'm mingling in administration, but I'm actually carrying out my duty as a board member to ask. But I have been ridiculed and subjected to false information from other board members being dispelled out into the community as if I was trying to use him as a puppet or avatar, which I can't do that. Because as Attorney Waller explained, the power is not in the one board member nor the chair. The power is in the majority and the will of the board. But this has been my experience. So I just wanted to be clear. It's not that I'm doing anything under board or all this hidden agendas. I just wanted to be clear as to what my caution is. I don't want a narrative to leave from this room. He wanted to do something suspect. My concern is the way I interpret our policy goes against the traditional and practice of this board. Yet it is in line with policy, but I'm just tired of the unnecessary rhetoric back and forth that is being dispelled by board members. So that's where my reservation comes in. How do we hold that? But I'm ready to vote.
Yeah. Thank you. I'll call for the vote, please.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham?
No.
Board Member Brooks-Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
No.
Board Member Slinglove?
No.
Board Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Now we will move to number 3, Resolution 23-2420, a resolution of the School Board of the City of Suffolk, Virginia, adopting a code of conduct for the clerk of the Suffolk City School Board. Is there any discussion? May I have a motion, please?
Move to approve.
May I have a second?
A second.
It's been properly moved in second. Any discussions after that? Can I call for the vote, please?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham?
I abstain.
Board Member Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slingloff?
Yes.
Board Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Number 4, SPS online program updates and recommendations, which is part of what the presentation we heard tonight. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, do we have time to chew on this and come back to the next meeting, or is this something that is time sensitive? And if it is time sensitive, and we knew this was going to be the recommendation, my question is why do we wait to January to bring this recommendation to the board when it is always a possibility when things are submitted to the board that an item could be tabled?
Dr. Gordon?
Yes, Madam Chair. So ideally, we would like for the board's support on this, as I mentioned during the work session, so that this information can be added to the course of studies process, which begins in February. We brought this to the board during the month of January to be in line with the end of the first semester with some of those fee changes that we talked about that go into effect second semester. We also wanted to make sure that we had the data and information from Virtual Virginia towards the end of the first semester, which is part of the reason why we brought this to you all in January. If the board does table it, it will create some addendums that we will have to do for the course request process for our students.
Okay, does that answer your question?
Madam Chair, my question is answered. However, I would like to ask that the board consider anything that is going to be course additions or course changes to be heard in December or November, because for the reasons I've outlaid before, when you provide someone information in January, and let's be honest, we get this information 1 week before today, so we're expected to have 7 days to look at the material, dissect the material, make an informed decision, and to me, as I said many times before, it seems as if we're rushing it right now, because I would like to chew on it some more and to see, because I know it's 2 options, but there's always a third option. The board could always send it back and say, consider looking at this. So we just don't have 2. It's 2 that's been presented to us, but we always have that third option. So if it's the will of the board to take action on this item tonight, we'll go with the will of the board. But going forward, it is my request, and maybe this is something that has to be referred to the Policy Review Committee, so it's teeth in it, that any foreseeable changes to course catalog or whatever that needs to be implemented by February be submitted to the board within at least 60 days or 2 meetings. So we can have some real time to go back and forth and dialogue with one another, to dialogue with Dr. Gordon, and he can go back and answer some of our questions. So that way we're not making a rush decision that impacts potentially 83 students.
Thank you. Dr. Buck?
I was just going to say, I wanted to make sure it was clear. My understanding of what you just said, Dr. Gordon, was that we were waiting to get the information from Virtual Virginia at the end of the semester and waiting to see what the end of the semester was like. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. That's part of the reason why Dr. Branch has said as of December 31st or January 1, because we knew we were going to be moving into SOL testing for started Monday the 8th. But again, if it is the will of the board to potentially table anything, it would just create addendums that we would have to do for student course requests.
Right, I just wanted to know the end of that. That's the only question I had.
Vice Chair Howell?
Madam Chair,
Wait, one second. Steve?
Go ahead and let him go.
Okay.
were there any withdrawals as of January 1st to date? Or let's go back, the last day of school? The last day before the winter holidays, did we have anybody withdraw? Because the information that we receive in the other reports can still be presented pending additional data. So, I mean, it's not that it can't be done. It's just if we want structured conversation, as I heard everyone say, a part of that is getting the information in a more timely manner. And sometimes we just may have to come to the board a little sooner and say, hey, we're still waiting on additional data to come forth, and that information will be emailed to you. That way we have the meat of the presentation, and we can always chew on the additional information. That's easier to chew when it's just a small addition versus a whole presentation in 7 days.
So to answer Mr. Ritchie's questions, withdrawal is going to occur on any day based on what the attendance threshold is set by Virtual Virginia. And to kind of clarify one of your other concerns or questions, we're giving the board multiple options here, where the first choice was the families pay the cost for SPS Online starting next year, or we would set a limit of 40 students with an anticipated cost of $90,000, or the board can combine those two or adjust that amount. So if there's a different amount or a total number of students that the board would be more comfortable with, then we don't have a problem doing that. One of the things that you heard Dr. Branch and Mr. Wagner talk about is Virtual Virginia's calendar is a little bit different when it comes to registration. Everything for them has to be set by right around August 15th normally. So our students that are in these classes for next year, they actually start before the school year begins in the Suffolk Public Schools. So we can always make adjustments based on what the board is asking or what type of drive that the board gives. Remember, the main reason we were doing this was the alignment of our course timeline, our course request process. But again, if there needs to be an addendum, we can do that as well and make the adjustment based on the board's direction.
Do you have something, Dr. Buck?
I was ready to make a motion.
Oh, okay. We're ready for the motion.
Madam Chair, I move that we accept the combined, the two options combined, so the option number 3 would be combined, so the option number 3 would be to combine the two members and to move on with this.
I second.
Any discussion? It has been properly moved in second.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham?
Hold on, I think Ms. Singloff wanted to
Did
speak.
you have, I didn't see you, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to ask a quick question. With regards to Virtual Virginia, if parents go through and we do the first option and parents go through the school system and they're paying for it themselves, is it the same price that they would pay if they went straight to Virtual Virginia?
It's actually cheaper because of our agreement. And that's part of the reason why we wanted to leave that part in there. That's a great question. We should have said that earlier, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're ready for the vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Board Member Byram?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Could you repeat if we're voting for option A or option combining both?
It's a combination of
Okay.
both.
Yes.
Board Member Slingloff?
Yes.
Board Vice Chair Howell?
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Now we're moving to number 5, the STEM Academy at Booker T. Washington Elementary School, which is also a presentation that was done tonight.
As a reminder to the board, this is for us to move forward with the application process. The application deadline itself for February 1 to complete the application with the state. It is also going to be our goal to bring back to you all in probably 3 to 4 months more recommendations on how that process would look if we get approval.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the filing of the grant application.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and second. Will we have a vote, please?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Board Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Now we will go to the numbers at our 6 and 7, where Board Member Riddick took out. So let's take that ordinance 23-2444.
Yes. I would like to recommend that this policy would go back to the Policy Review Committee, or if we could amend the language here, that it would state that the person would not be able to start the job until the successful clearing of the background has come through. I don't recall reading it in the document that was submitted, but I just wanted to make sure that we have that caveat in there, because this is dealing with out-of-state, a person who lived out of the state within the last 5 years.
Anyone else have a comment on that?
Is that what you mean, Mr. Riddick? That before a
But
person is hired,
before they start,
the policy has to be, the person has to be completely clear.
yes, and I would prefer that the language be in multiple places
I
as
do
a
believe our
safety
policy
precaution.
says that. You want it to be in more than one of the policies.
Yes. As additional layer of a safety precaution.
So we can take it back to the policy committee?
Or I would like to confer with the attorney. Is this something we can amend the language here now so we don't have to go back to the Policy Review Committee? Or I want to make sure I'm in line with the new way of how we're doing things.
Actually believe that you could do it either way. If you wanted to make the suggested change tonight, you could do that because it doesn't sound as though it's going to be too complicated. Or you could send it back to the policy review.
Mr. Ray, can you just, with that feedback from Mr. Waller, can you tell us or verbally state where you would want that to be added within the policy, just to make sure the entire board is on the same page?
I will leave that part up to the attorney as he is the expert on it. I just want to make sure that we have that piece in there, that they cannot start their job until the information has come back clear.
With that, you may want to just send it back to policy review. The other thing that I think you need to also weigh here, and I'm not sure how it will impact HR, because I do think that there are times where there is a lag in getting those reports back, even if they are in-state. And so in that hiring is always a major issue. You're going to delay even longer someone starting to work when HR may be in dire need of having people to fill positions. So that's something that I think also needs to be weighed.
Madam Chair. And I'm not sure if this is going to ease some of your concerns, Mr. Riddick, 'cause I know you and I have kind of had a couple of conversations about this in the past, but we have found ways to, Dr. Avery and Dr. Brown, to expedite the fingerprinting, because the fingerprinting itself will be able to let us know some of the concerns that you've brought forward when it comes to both in-state and out-of-state and the overall hiring timeline. So I just wanted to share that part for the entire board.
Back and look at it.
Dr. Brittingham?
Yes, I agree with Board Member Riddick. I think that it is due course and prudence that we make sure that those that we're hiring to work with our children come back with a clean background check, whether that's fingerprints, whether that's the full background check. We don't want to put somebody in employment and then find out, oops, they had something show up in their background check. I mean, you now already have them in with children, and should not have. So I do think that this is a good idea, that we put this verbiage into the policy, even though it may be somewhere else, again, making it perfectly clear that we're not hiring anybody until we know that their backgrounds are clear. And to me, it's more important that we have somebody in place that has a clean record and doesn't have any criminal background in place than it is to fill a seat. We can put warm bodies in places all day long, but we know that's not a good idea.
If I could just make one other comment, because I think there's an easy way to fix this if you want to do it tonight. If you look under subsection C, where it says be denied employment, and this is under subsection C, the third line, where it says be denied employment or the employment shall be rescinded. All you would need to do is delete the part that says or the employment shall be rescinded, and just have shall be denied.
Okay.
That would be the quick fix.
Said subsection C?
Subsection C, the third line.
The third line, shall is on the second line. Madam Chair,
Yes.
I was going to suggest one thing,
Sure.
that we not alter policies at the board meeting, that we do it at the policy meeting, because this is not if we talk about wanting to chew on stuff and wanting to look at stuff, I suggest that we follow the process and not do it, that's why. And because we do have this in other policies, I don't think it's something we have to do tonight, because I do believe that we've already established that we don't hire people unless their records come back. That's just my 2 cents worth.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if that's going to be our practice, I ask that we put that into policy, that's going to be our practice, because that's why I asked what was our legal right or pathway in handling this. And currently, there's a option to do both. So if we want to restrict that, then I recommend Policy Review Committee draft a policy that address with amending policies, so that way it limits this type of conversation. And with that being said, Madam Chair, I moved that we send ordinance 23/24-44 back to the Policy Review Committee to have that language added, and then it can come back, and at that point, we could adopt on first reading or not.
I second.
Thank you. It's been properly moved and second. Are you ready for the vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove.
Yes.
Board Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. And our last one that you took out is number 7, ordinance 23-24-57.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My concern here is the implementation. How are we going to ensure that this policy is carried out? Because it has been my experience and also my observation that oftentimes our policies of this nature are not oftentimes equally enforced. For an example, I visited a school a couple of days ago, and I saw that there were violations with the smelling of marijuana. If I would have been required to take a random drug test, I would have failed from secondhand contact. Also, as students are coming in disobeying the dress codes, while administration is seeing this. And then you got to keep in mind we have our bus drivers who have to transport them who are subject to a mandatory drug test. I feel that if we're going to pass this type of policy, that we need to make sure that all of our staff, especially our administrators, are enforcing this. I'm not telling them how. I just want to make sure that we are doing this. So that's where my question is regarding this ordinance 23/24-57.
May I speak to this? It's the Policy Review Committee representative. We only changed one line of this policy, and the only thing that's changing in this policy, which has been in place, is the principal or principal's designee notifies the parent of any student involved in an alleged incident of bullying within 24 hours of learning of the allegation of bullying. And I believe that was that a state? That was something that we had to do. That was an amendment. That was the only change in this policy that has been established. This is not there wasn't anything new with this.
Yeah.
And I believe that if what you were addressing would be the job of the administration and not something that we would be implementing, this would be something that the administration at the school would be implementing. It says the principal or principal's designee notifies the parent. That's the only change we made in this policy, and that's what we would be voting on today.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would like to point back to the context of which I led my statement in. How would we be able to ensure that this policy is carried out? And the things I mentioned in the latter part of my statements were reasons I have questions. I don't want to just put things on paper because it's either required by state code or it makes me sleep good at night. If we're going to put it on paper, I want us to actually carry it out. I want us to know how we as a board are going to ensure that our policies are being followed. I'm not trying to interfere with Dr. Gordon's job in day-to-day, but from the scope of us as a board perspective, with the change that's being made, 24 hours, how are we going to do that considering some of the issues that has been brought before this very board about 24 hours not being in compliance? So how are we going to realistically enforce this policy?
So, I understand what you're saying, but are you saying that we go back and put, your word, more teeth in the policy? Is this what you're asking? Because
that would be great, Madam Chair, as some way of a check to verify that the policy is being carried out. Because we have had countless parents come before us this school year, addressing bullying, and then we found out that, it's been brought to the teacher, been brought to the principal, but it wasn't been handled. Or in one case that I know of in particular that I can't mention name because of student privacy rights, where, found out the administrator knew about it, but nothing was relayed to the parent. So how do we make sure that it's being followed? So if that's something the board would decide to send back to Policy Review Committee, that maybe we require the superintendent to do an annual review or report on whatever, how we seek, I'm fine with sending it back to the Policy Review Committee so the Policy Review Committee can carry out its function to bring us a suggested recommendation on how we can ensure that this policy, as it is changed, I believe it was a governor mandate or a state policy of some sort.
It was the state that requested that we add the line.
So that way we are in compliance.
Right, because we have mandatory reporting laws that we have to follow if there's child abuse and neglect. So there's teeth to that. The question is, how do we make this have teeth? Well, there's consequences. If you don't report within 24 hours of knowing something that has to do with child abuse and neglect, there's a consequence with the state and the city. How are we going to not necessarily, we can't enforce a law like that, but internally, how do we ensure that once somebody knows this is going on, that we're not going to let more than 24 hours pass before something is communicated?
And before, I just want to keep order. Before you speak, please be recognized first, so it's not a whole lot of conversation going on, so we can keep order. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So the board has to be careful on what you all are asking, because some of the examples that Mr. Riddick gave are actually covered by the Code of Conduct. So the Code of Conduct is already in place to deal with any potential corrective action for the student. For the example that Dr. Brittingham just gave, if the principal or principal designee does not follow this policy, then it is our job as the central office staff to deal with that. That won't come to the board. That's a school administration impact that will be handled by Ms. Pichon, Dr. Lee, Dr. Byrd, and myself with the support from Dr. Avery. So the reporting, as Dr. Buck said, is the new part of the policy. If there are concerns on how administration is handling those things, those are individual conversations that we can have. And to use the example that Mr. Riddick described, once on school property, there's a thing such as reasonable suspicion. So if there is the smelling of, I think you gave the example of marijuana, administration handles that as if you are in possession, because the student would then be determined to be under the influence on school property, which then triggers the steps within the code of conduct and the discipline matrix. So the process is already in place, and the code of conduct details how we must report this information to the state. This is just about reporting to the parent by the principal or principal's designee. So if there's some additional concerns, Mr. Riddick, we can have an individual conversation about that if you have a specific concern related to that.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Once again, my concerns is, as a board, it's a board policy. How many parents have we heard of already in this school year regarding this same situation? So what I'm asking, I think is long overdue. I would ask that this policy be, I move, Madam Chair, that this policy be sent back to the Policy Review Committee to explore the option of what teeth can the board put in place that addresses our staff that we have to handle and ensuring that this is being complied with. We have one employee. I'm knowledgeable of that. I'm not a novice. I know we have one employee. But how do we ensure, because we can't deal with the principals, we only deal with Dr. Gordon. How do we ensure that it's being done? So I want to send it back to Policy Review Committee so they can explore the option.
I second it.
Any discussion, further discussion? Can we call for the vote, please?
I want to discuss something. First of all, this line was added by state code that the principal or the principal designee do something. That is obviously administrative. The Policy Review Committee cannot discipline the principal or the principal designee who doesn't do what they're supposed to do. That's not our wheelhouse. It is one line that was changed by the state code. I think it's a great idea that there's a time limit put on it, but it's a time limit for administration. It is not our road. If it becomes a problem, now that it is in, and we haven't even voted it in, so we can't go back to what happened, we can see what happens after this is voted in, and it doesn't seem like it's going to even be voted in. So if it's not voted in, if we don't have enough votes to vote it in, it's not even a policy. A part of the policy is going to have to be, because Virginia code says it's going to have to be. So when we looked at it, we really didn't have a choice as to whether we were going to put this line in or not. At any rate, that's my part of the discussion, Madam Chair, and I yield the floor.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
The only thing I'm asking, I'm not asking for a firstborn or anything of that sort. I'm just asking for the Policy Review Committee to review the policy and bring back suggestions of how we can craft, putting teeth into it realistically. Not that you sit and chew on it and let it go and say no recommendation, but that we explore our options. That's all we're doing, and that's following our policy as a board, and that's my right as a board member. It has been moved and second, Madam Chair. I don't know if we still call the question, but at this point, I'm ready to vote.
I have one question for you. So, I heard you, I understand what you're saying, I heard everybody, and the reason why this was brought forth. But just really quickly, what would be your tooth that you want to put in there?
Well, since you want to ask, I wanted the policy review committee to explore how it doesn't infringe on day-to-day operations, because I do understand it's administration. The reason why I'm bringing it up is because it has not consistently been handled by administration. Hence, all of the complaints we have been receiving. So I'm not going to infringe on day-to-day operations. It is coming to me. So as a board member, which is governance, this is one way I govern. So if that is we hold the superintendent accountable, or we come up with ideas or some other way and see what our neighboring localities are doing, we're open. But the thing is, we have to be able to have some way to hold someone accountable for not implementing this. Because if it's not reported and you're on Wavy News 10, then everybody is singing a different song and a different story. If I could, should have, would have. All the thing I'm asking is to explore the option. And I gave my recommendations, but I don't want to infringe on the policy review committee's functions.
Are we ready for the vote?
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, one more thing, and I want to direct this to Attorney Waller. Since this came down from the governor's office, and this is something we have to implement, I would assume that if somebody does not report it, that they're legally held. Does that then, if we don't hold that person accountable, is the school system accountable for not ensuring that this is being upheld in our schools?
Could be. Keep in mind that you could be held responsible for the actions of school employees. So if, for example, a principal who's under an obligation to make a report within 24 hours fails or refuses to make that report, and something happens, and there's a lawsuit filed, what will probably happen in that lawsuit is that the action will be filed against the principal, against the superintendent, and against the school board. More than likely, that's how it will pan out. You know, I've been sitting here, I've been listening to your conversation, your discussion about this, and I've been trying to think if there's a way that you could craft some language. But right now, I can't come up with any without infringing on day-to-day operations, because clearly, this is an administrative function. It is an administrative responsibility. It does not say that the school board notifies the parent. It says the principal notifies the parent. It is clearly a responsibility of the school administration. And so I don't know how, as a school board, you can delve into that without also interfering with day-to-day operations.
Madam Chair, that's why I referred it back to the Policy Review Committee. I would be crazy to expect you all to craft something on the fly tonight. That's why I said refer it back. But if that means the board requires the superintendent to report back to the board about the compliance of this policy, that's sufficient for me. Because that's not infringing with day-to-day. That's carrying out the scope of our duties as a school board with the one of three employees we have. But as an option, I just wanted to give the Policy Review Committee time to explore, to think. Because right now we have some that may just be at a firm no because it's new to them tonight. But I want them to marinate on it, and maybe, hey, they may pick up the phone and call me, and they may get more clarity as to what I'm saying versus on the cuff trying to take it and run.
Chair, I just want to make a statement. I hear what you're saying. I'm on the policy committee. I've also heard the attorney who advises us for the policy drafting say that he can't come up with a way in this moment to craft it so that we aren't driving in the wrong lane. So is there a timeline to adopt this by, because it's a state-given mandate?
Well, even if you don't adopt this policy tonight, the law is in place. The 24-hour notification is in place right now. All you are trying to do is bring your policy in line with the state code.
Madam Chair, one last thing. If I hear correctly, what you're saying, this doesn't fall obviously under the purview of the board, but it sounds to me that perhaps what Mr. Riddick is saying, that he would like for the board to request that the regulations have some teeth in them. Would that be accurate? That there be regulations amended or to have teeth in this?
Keep in mind that the superintendent is responsible for developing the regulations. And he does not have to bring the regulations to the board for the board to approve. So a regulation could be put in place, but you will not have to bless it. You will not have to approve it. I thought about the comment that Board Member Riddick made before he made it, which was maybe having the superintendent to make a report back to the school board whenever a principal makes a report or fails to make a report. The problem I see with that is that the failure to make a report could be, for the superintendent, a grounds for imposing some sort of discipline on that employee. And that level of discipline may not be something that would come to the school board. So, again, you would be infringing on what I would view as day-to-day operations. I just don't know how you get around that when this is clearly an administrative responsibility. I don't see how you can split that.
Madam Chair, I think the issue we have at hand is you all are trying to solve my request tonight. I'm not asking you to solve it tonight. What I am asking the Policy Review Committee to do is bring it back to Policy Review Committee, take some time, not the time we got tonight, but take some time, research, search it out, and see if it's possible. Because asking the superintendent to give a report on a compliance with a policy is within the scope of the school board. I didn't ask for a regulation. I'm asking for policy. That's all I'm asking. I'm asking the Policy Review Committee to take some time, take it back. If you bring it back and say, hey, after deliberation and careful consideration, the Policy Review Committee has deemed that there's no action that we can take on this, our initial recommendation would be upheld. That's different. But to try to think of something on the cuff to be sufficient. Sometimes we can't think of it in the heat of the moment, but once we remove ourselves from the situation, driving or shopping, it can come to us. So that's all I'm asking. Just give it some time, have a Policy Review Committee meeting, chew on it. That's all I'm asking. That way Dr. Gordon has time to think and see, hey, how would I handle this versus everybody right now being stone bent on saying no because it is the perception of interfering with the day-to-day. And that has been the practice of the board as well, that board perceives some things at the moment as interference into day-to-day, and then in hindsight they think about it, oh, I get what they were saying. So all I'm asking is just, before we speak too quickly, let's just take time and search it out, see what we can and what we can't do, versus to try to do it tonight on the cuff. The law is in place. We can't change that, but our policy we can.
Are we ready to vote?
Would you repeat the motion?
Ordinance 23-2457, to send policy back to the review committee to put some teeth in the policy, to see what our staff can do to be in compliance.
Ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham?
Yes.
Board Member Brooks-Buck?
No.
Board Member Byram?
No.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Slinglove?
Yes.
Board Vice Chair Howell?
No.
Board Chair Jenkins?
No.
Motion failed.
I move that we adopt policy 23/24-57 with the change mandated by the state.
Second.
It's been properly moved in second. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Brittingham.
Yes.
Board Member Brooks Buck.
Yes.
Board Member Byram.
Yes.
Board Member Riddick.
No.
Board Member Slingloff.
Yes.
Board Vice Chair Howell.
Yes.
Board Chair Jenkins.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. Now we have public speakers. Ms. Johnson?
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and the board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall confine their comments to matters germane to services, policies, and affairs of the school board or Suffolk Public Schools. Refrain from words or statements which, from their usual construction and common acceptance, are construed as insults and tend to incite violence or breach of the peace. Refrain from obscenities, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. Comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. Refrain from cumulative and repetitive remarks, and remain from making any comments regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate forum for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or where appropriate court proceedings. Persons must not engage in disorderly, disruptive, or boisterous conduct such as, but not limited to, making noise, use of profane language or obscene gestures, yelling, or similar demonstrations that interrupt or disrupt the peace and good order of the meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written material including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petition, and may also use of any charts or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chair or other presiding officers shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order, subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chair, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. The officers shall, under the direction of the chair or other presiding officers, have charge of the meeting area, the waiting areas, and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or disruption of the business of the board. Please state your name and address before speaking.
We have one, and it's Mr. Jonathan Powell.
Good evening, Madam Chair, school board members. My name is Jonathan Powell, 1118 Hosier Road, Cypress Borough, so the chair is my school board representative. Excuse me. Please forgive my hat. I suffer with migraines and the lights are causing an issue. I come to speak before the board in regards to contracts, awards, execution, evaluation, and completion of contracts. At this present time, the contracts I have questions on is there a policy within the Suffolk Public School System to direct how to solicit vendors for contracts? One, solicitation, the policy for directing or creating a statement of work. When a contract is awarded, who is the contracting officer or project manager for that project? During the execution of a contract, who is the one that is checking and monitoring the vendor's service or the service provider? 4, during the performance of a contract, was the contract provider actually able to perform the service? Is there quality assurance action within the contract? Who performs the QA, and where's that data? Or where's that information documented or recorded? when a CLIN, which is a contract line item negotiated, is not met, who is responsible for informing the public when it was not met or how it can be improved? How is a contractor reprimanded or penalized? How is it documented, and what actions are taken to correct the failure or prevent reoccurrence? Are there any contracts in place to assist with the 295 employment vacancies listed on the SPS website? To view or get information from, to see if they benefited SPS, if the contracts have benefited SPS. There's no data presently listed on the SPS website or available outside of FOIA requests. It is a concern of mine that the 14,518 students listed on the SPS website within this public school system, if they have truly benefited and witnessed the effective and efficient management of the capital within the system, owned, leased, or at least used by Suffolk Public Schools. Maybe exposed to the life safety risk in both emergent or non-emergent events or situation. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent, for a great explanation. For Facebook had its own message of news. It is after the recent events that have made the news sources, I believe it is in the best interest of all stakeholders, me as a taxpayer, and parents that have students within the system, for an updated SPS safety policy that includes contracts for safety and transportation services. I look at the mass casualty situation we just experienced, and I have a few questions as to why time was lost. Even with the ability to execute micro purchases, these events all increase my concerns with FPS's contracts used for day-to-day operation. The solicitation, work performance statements, CLINs, execution, oversight, both on and off-site performance, quality assurance, that, and the most important thing, the closeout of the contract. Where's that data? Where's that information? It seems not to be readily available. My FOIA requests have been made for information, and I'm awaiting compliance, examining the process of the request and seeking a written policy to follow for all parties engaged. An example, and this is my last concern about the request for a proposal for a food truck for SPS. Live data for this request for proposal is not available. The contract is partially available on the website.
10 seconds.
And here it is. In my closing remarks, does the request for proposal meet the federal requirements of IM 248 and the state of Virginia's
I'm sorry, your time has
newest Clean Air
expired.
Act and zero carbon emissions requirement? Thank you very much for hearing my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Now we will go to, there are no more public speakers, so we will go to business by board members. We will start with Ms. Byram.
Thank you. A couple of things. I want to commend the United Way of Hampton Roads. I think this evening we heard several items in the Good News Report, and we see it daily, where the Hampton Roads United Way is doing so much for Suffolk Public Schools, and I want to commend them for that outreach to help us and that continued support that they have given us over the years. Also, I'd like to congratulate the teachers that are in the spotlight this month, or commended. Job well done. We appreciate all that you do. We appreciate all of our employees, and we salute those teachers who were in the spotlight. Also, recently, I believe, Community Engagement announced that we have recognized our Teachers of the Year, and I wanted to commend all of those people who were commended for that. Lynette Phillips, who's a first grade teacher at Elephant Fork Elementary Teacher of the Year. Ariel Ralph, who's a media specialist at Kings Fork Middle School, who's the middle school Teacher of the Year. And the citywide high school and citywide Teacher of the Year from CCAP, Ms. Culpepper, Rhonda Culpepper. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Slingler?
Well, it's a smaller crowd tonight, but I'd like to thank the staff for being out here and those of you that came out to participate. I hope that we can increase our participation as the spring semester goes on. I would like to, again, thank the Lakeland High School Orchestra for coming out and entertaining us this evening with their beautiful skills. And going back to the good news, I would be remiss if I didn't congratulate the Kings Fork High School Mighty Marching Bulldogs for bringing home 28 outstanding awards. That's awesome. Go Bulldogs. There was a final one that I had. I did want to also commend Ms. Forsman and the team for the audit, the great audit reports. Thank you for your hard work and all that you do. That's excellent. The final thing that I wanted to also mention was to highlight again what the superintendent already highlighted on his calendar is the SPS Parents and Partners event at Kings Fork Middle School on February 3rd. We will not be meeting again before that. I did have the opportunity to participate last year and thought it was a phenomenal event. And I'm hoping this year that we will have triple, quadruple the parents and participation from the community. So if you are a parent and student of Kings Fork Middle School, please come out and participate. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Brooks-Buck?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to say ditto to what they said. I was really impressed with the strings. I told the kids I was videotaping them, and I was. I like to keep samples so I can show off when I go places and show them samples of what our kids are doing. Also like to thank the United Way. And I'm really impressed with what we're doing with local farmers, and I know that we're doing something special next month, so I'll say thank you twice to Dr. Whiting and his team. I was really amazed with what I saw with the hydroponics and the lettuce that we're growing. Can't wait to taste some of them. Congratulations to our audit team with our perfect financial audit. Again, that keeps us out of trouble and keeps us out there. So for anybody who wants to know what we're doing, in whatever we're doing the right thing. And I'm so happy for us. Thank you for your hard work. I just want to say thank you to all of you with what you do, because all of the extra work that you do, the day-to-day work and the extra work, Dr. Gordon and your team, for what you all do. Having been a person and a part of teams like yours, I know what you have to do, and I continue to be impressed with the extra mile that you all go. So congratulations and thank you all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Board Member Riddick?
Happy New Year to everyone. I believe we're off to a fantastic start here at SPS. I want to just commend, as already stated, Lakeland High School program. As you can see, Suffolk Public Schools, we have it going on. I do want to also say thank you to those who have, reached out about ways they can help the community. I do ask that the school board consider looking into the community stakeholders, such as East End Baptist Church, who has a tutoring program going, to see how we can collaborate with those stakeholders and partners who are strategically placed in the community that could help us serve the 14,000 plus students, that we can get the Homework Help Center up and running, the Homework Help Network, because us as a school division, we cannot do it all. I don't believe we can have enough tutoring centers accessible, and I do ask that we look to see and search out ways that we can explore those other opportunities that are available. I want to say thank you to all of our parents, students, and staff, especially hats off to the bus drivers, our custodians, all of those essential personnel who braved the weather this week to get out to see if it was safe to send our children there. I do apologize that we couldn't get the message to you sooner, but you all rock. I'm talking about those bus drivers were on the bus pre-trips, already done, Mr. Privet. They was ready to go to work. And that shows the level of dedication that we have in our staff. And I just thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Dr. Brittingham?
Thank you. I too want to mention the Lakeland High School Orchestra. What a talented, gifted group of students. It was really a blessing to my heart to listen to them play tonight. The STEM Academy that we're talking about, or STEM Lab we're talking about in Booker T. Washington, I'm really excited about that. I feel like that is one more way that we are going to equip kids for success and just spark curiosity in their minds. We just don't know which children have got that brilliant math mind, science mind, or want to write about it. So I'm truly excited about that prospect. Looking forward to the 24-25 budget that we will be getting a presentation of next month. I hope that we are going to continue to seek to find ways to fund student achievement. We can always do better. We don't want to be satisfied with where we're at, status quo, and we certainly want to make sure that we continue to provide services and opportunities to students that are struggling learners. And so my hope is that as we go into this budget season that we take a long, hard look as to how we can continue to move funds in that direction. That being said, school safety also being a very top priority for me as a school board member. Grateful that what happened this week, that no one was injured, no one was hurt. But I want to see how we can fund school safety better because we don't live in a world where we can ignore that. We always have to be looking at ways to make that better and safer because if we don't have a safe learning environment, students aren't going to learn the way we would like for them to learn. Students, this is the end of the first semester. Finish strong. We are rooting for you and looking forward to what you guys have been doing in this very first semester. Thank you and have a great evening.
Thank you. Vice Chair Howell?
Very briefly, coming off of the heels of a very busy holiday season, I can update that I did attend the STEM Century documentary viewing with my husband and was excited to see the work that has been done and will continue to be done. I'm looking forward to participating in the Capitol Conference virtually in a couple of weeks. And I would just encourage, as Dr. Brittingham said, encourage the students to finish strong, to work hard and push through these last couple weeks and start off the second semester well. Parents, please get involved with PTAs at your school, your child's school, and if there isn't one, look into possibly being the starter. That's a valuable way to support your child's education, to support the teachers and the other staff in that building, and it's important that we pull together as a community and pool our resources for the sake of all of these kiddos that deserve our very best. Have a good evening.
Thank you. I guess one of the things about going last is everything you wanted to say has already been said, so I'm not going to repeat everything, but I appreciate everyone who made their way out here to our school board meeting, our first official school board meeting tonight. And I apologize again for starting late, but it was a lot of traffic, a lot of things going on 58, I believe, and that caused board members and other people to come in late. But we started, we got it done, and I believe we had a great school board meeting for January. I was also attended the 21st Century document. We watched that, I was with Vice Chair Howell, and it was amazing to see. And we had not only our staff participate, we had community people as well as our students participated. And I do encourage everyone who has not seen it, please look at it. I encourage you to purchase the book as well, because we are represented well. And again, it's not just kept here in the city of Suffolk with Suffolk Public Schools. We are being recognized all over for the work that Suffolk Public School is doing and accomplishing. To our food staff with the lettuce, I've had the privilege of tasting that lettuce, Dr. Buck, and it is the best lettuce I've ever had. So I recommend that you all get involved and see the things that we are doing with our students and our staff, because we're not in a box. We are exploring all types of avenues to make our students well adversed with everything. To the bands, we appreciate you. I'm a band girl. I was in John F. Kennedy Band, and I appreciate the band directors and the ones that help the band director. We have the auxiliaries where the flags and the majorettes, the drums, all of you all make it a great success. One person just can't do it by themselves. It's a team effort. And congratulations to everyone that was recognized. We appreciate you. And to Mrs. Forsman and her team, you could keep my money anytime because you are always on point, and I appreciate that, because that's the first thing people look at is our finances and our money, and you keep us straight. Perfect audit for all of these years. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. And to Dr. Gordon and your team, what can we say? All of it starts with you, and it trickles down with your leadership. So thank you. We are not perfect. I say that every time. I'm going to say it tonight. We are not perfect people up here. None of us in here are perfect, because if you were perfect, you wouldn't be here. You'd be somewhere else right now. And we are here. We're work in progress, and we don't do everything right, but we try our best to do what we can, especially when we're putting our students first and our team. There's always something we can improve on, but I appreciate everything that we're doing thus far. And I appreciate the team here on the board. Mr. Waller, thank you for your expertise. I hope I don't worry you too much, but I'm going to be asking questions, so thank you so much. And we have information items 1 through 4, and we don't have any questions, anything? Meeting will be adjourned. Thank you.